4 o'clock in the morning editing a video about baseball. That's what I like about NASCAR. Everyone's packed in the movement and the standings. Yeah, I mean, it was legitimately a great race because no one died. If somebody died, that would have been a horrible race. But because nobody died, it was a great race. I'm trying not to spoil too many things directly, but like, there's nothing that makes... Like, I like Lewis Hamilton as a person, but my God, I hate him as a driver. And there was something that made me super happy about watching him get on his little, what's it called? Push scooter and ride up to the office to complain. God. Like, he's a good driver, don't get me wrong. But there's other drivers that would be that good if they had his car. Dude, all of Mercedes have scooters. I've seen, like, footage of, like, 10 of them just, like, going by on scooters. Like, those tracks are big. Like, it takes a while to get from place to place in those tracks. So, like, having the scooters is kind of smart. It's just funny that they're Mercedes-branded scooters. It's like, even when we're on foot, we're faster than you. It's like, okay, fuck you. Also, I think I speak for everybody out there when I say Ferrari sucks. I'm just happy nobody died. Ferrari's a piece of shit. Holy shit. Those Ferraris are so goddamn unreliable. Sorry, we were gonna stream Dwarf Fortress? Right, yeah. So we're picking up the community world. If you don't actually have the updated save, I did upload an updated version of the save. I should probably pin that. I don't think I did. So let me go grab that. If anybody would like it. Yeah, it's... Where did I put it? There it is. But yeah, if you would like it, here's the updated save file if you don't already have it. This was updated as of last week, so it is not up to date now, but it's upper-ish date thing. So if you would like the save file, it's there. If you're watching YouTube, it should be in the description. If I forgot, remind me. Yeah. Cool. It's time to jump into the community. The oracular domain. Actually, no, it's not. I need to make the population cap higher. Yeah. I need to do that first. So I lied. It's almost time to jump into the oracular domain. I actually need to back out here, click on this, go to data, go to init, go to dinit, all the way down to here. Population strict cap 205, population cap 200. Save. I just need to remember to turn that down for tomorrow, but that's fine. But I hope everybody had a good weekend. I hope you didn't miss me too much. I kind of missed streaming, but I didn't... It doesn't feel like I had 2 days off because I slept so much. It feels like I had, like, 1 day off. And then, like, a weird work day in the middle. But yeah, no, Hobo, as Rhinestone said, that was a fucking legendary race. That was one for the books. All right, so let's take note of where we're at. First off, there are plenty of dwarves that can be named, unlike the other fort. We will go through who is named and who is not named in a mo. But first, let's do a refresher. Once again, it's a double biome. So lower half is evil. Upper half is not evil. So everything kind of below where we were chopping wood down around here is resurrecting and is evil. That is part of the reason why we have a forgotten beast that is undead that's running around in the basement. It's okay. He's friendly, I'm told. Not good for petting zoos, though. He likes children and will eat them quickly. Here we have... it's a six-legged squirrel, by the way. We have our kind of above ground area. It's like this little tower thingy. Didn't put that much thought into it. There's a side door over here. which is locked with a currently, and it's a legendary artifact door. We have the combat entrance over here, and the main gate, which is currently open. If we fly underground a little ways, you can see our old military training area and our farming guild hall. If we go down a little further, you can see the spiral staircase beginneth, which goes all the way down to here, where we have our bronze colossi pet, which at some point I need to start using to train Mark's dwarves again, but I just kind of haven't gotten around to it, because I've been having a hard time keeping my normal dwarves trained, and they're kind of more effective anyway. These are the normal dwarves in the military. The military is currently still rebuilding, as it kind of got gutted because we fought with a giant stinky skunk. Dr. Phineas is depressed, apparently. Yeah, we got a bunch of depressed dwarves in the fort, as well as some depressed poets. The prison is over here, and as you can tell, it's rather full. We have Zugler the Tanner, who's having a berserk panic rage. Suxzol the Engraver, who's currently super uber depressed. We have Edom the Woodburner, who's having a panic attack, and Max, who's okay-ish, and this Goblin, who's been berserk for like 100 years. Underneath here, we have our tavern with another super depressed dwarf, a lot of miasma in that room, and by our garbage masher, and corpses everywhere. It's very much a lovely sight to see. Everybody loves it. Everybody's in a great mood. Nobody's in a panic or having problems. I'm gonna call out all the named dwarves. If anybody would like to check in on their dwarf, just let me know. So the named dwarves currently are Gimper, Tail Grandmaster, Cole, Blood, Kibbs, Cyrillak, IDZ23, Click, Max, Elikabu, Vinsati, Vizrelix, Dr. Phineas, and Goats, as well as Kaiser, War Merchant, Wild Trat, Magna, Sockmud. It's actually Sockmud, but I always say Sockmud. Anyway, Fog, Stone, Bastet, Reliant 12, Aegis, Marty, Jack Nurick, Piglet, Patolis, and all the way down, we have Dragomins for the win, and Squug. And I'm going to throw in one more real quick by request from the YouTubes. MM, who is currently disgusted after retching on miasma. It's very uneasy after seeing a lot of dead dwarves. Not that I really blame him, though. I would be too. 11 years old, born on the 16th of Limestone in the year 251. He is the son of Stone and Fog, the Washed Trench, and he is a worshipper of Onul the Oily. I said Stone. I would name you as Hobo to keep that problem from happening as often. Yeah. I did not say no Hobo or Stoned. Yeah. Because there's actually 3 Stones that watch this stream now, and it's Confuzz. You'd like a dwarf? Any preferences? If you do have preferences, let me know. But he personally finds the idea of family loathsome and believes that he would be fine if all time were leisure time, and finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, and views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those who fail to maintain it. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society is without deceit is best, and thinks it as of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain or even show emotion. He values tranquility and a peaceful day, and values loyalty, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He's often filled with joy and has an incredibly calm demeanor. He is not careful with resources when working on projects, and he often spends unnecessary effort. He rarely feels discouraged, and he often tries to help others. He likes to try to keep things orderly, he often feels envious of others. That's what I was looking for. He tries to keep his things orderly, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He has an active imagination, and he has a sense of humor. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He can handle stress, and he is quick to anger. He holds his breath when he's nervous, and when he's where was I going? He drums his fingers when he's trying to remember something, and he often starts chewing his lips. And he lowers his eyes when he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. What did you miss? We literally just started Tranquillaham. Hello. How you doing? So this is the community world. So this is a different fortress from the last stream that you saw. Hey, Vin. How you doing? So this is a different fortress from the last one that you saw. This is a This is the community world, so it's a public download. Anybody can go download it via there if you wish to mess about and poke about and see what's going on in the worlds. It's a good time. It's just, yeah, that is the correct world. So yeah, you can download it there if you would like. There was also a new Today in Dwarf Fortress that dropped this morning. So that's basically all that you missed. Yeah. So Hobo would like a dwarf, and did you have any preferences? So Yudos Kosh would like a military dwarf, and Hobo wants dealer's choice. Well, then we'll leave it up to the Lux. It's okay, we got plenty of unnamed military. Would you prefer, Yudos Kosh, would you prefer mace or sword or axe? Because we have the 3. Absolutely, you can. Yeah, we can do some naming. There's plenty of dwarves available in this fort because this is a full population fort. So first we're going to name Hobo because he's first in line. So I'm going to look up, close my eyes, and hold the up arrow for a couple more seconds. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. So you're Asob the Dwarven Child. Hobo. Within the last season, he was blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom and felt excitement remembering playing with a toy axe. He felt enjoyment remembering playing with a toy axe, and he felt enjoyment after playing make-believe. He felt euphoric due to inebriation. He was accepting upon retching and miasma, and mulling over the reoccurring memory allowed him to rethink his intellectual values. He is 1 year old. Born on the 4th of Slate in the year 261. You want a mace, Yudos Kosh? Okay, you're next then. After the save got updated, I mean, I can check in. Thank you very much for the 300 bits, Spitalier. Passing Hobo by 201 bits. Cheers, dude. It's a pity that you don't make it for the records. But cheers, man. For the $3. Also, lots of videos went up on the YouTube channel if you haven't seen them yet. Spitalier. They're worth checking out. One of them is just my belligerent ramblings, and the other one's a good video. It's up to you to decide which one's which. This was a success. No, it's not a Succession game. It's like a Succession game, but I'm the only one playing. So it's nothing like a Succession game. Anyway, Hobo is a firm believer in the value of tradition, and it doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship, but dreams of mastering a skill. He is sloppy with his living space after retching and miasma, and he lives a fast-paced life. He doesn't handle stress well, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He likes a little excitement now and again, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he is comfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and he tends to avoid crowds. He has a calm demeanor, and he has a greedy streak. He occasionally can overindulge, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He stiffens when he's surprised, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. I mean, it's good to be accepting. So Yudos Kosh was next, but I can check on Vin first. I'll do a quick check-in with Vin. I can find him. He's haggard, but due to the tremendous stresses placed on him and horrified reliving being haunted by the dead. Sorry? Vin, not doing good. Is eating a delicious dish of yak cheese right now. So Yudos Kosh would like a maesturf. A maesturf. Let's find one who looks like they're gonna survive. And not injured. There we go. I had a sparring session. It pleases me. Oh, I mean, you did kind of put the sound in there, so that's your fault. Not Spitalier's fault, Hobo. He feels pleasure after a sparring session. And within the last season, he was blissful remembering a bath and feels pleasure remembering a sparring session. He has 5 notable kills and 26 other kills. He's killed a dwarf and a bunch of goblins. He's fought in Menace Dubs, Crypt Abbey, Hell Clouds, Crypt Abbey, Del Doom, Dwelling Vile, Whimsghoul. Yeah, he's done well. Damn. He is 44 years old, born on the 8th of Moonstone in the year 218. His sideburns are clean-shaven and his very long mustache is neatly combed. He is absolutely inexhaustible, basically unbreakable, and very strong and quick to heal. He personally thinks working hard is an abject idiocy, has a deep dislike of the natural world. He believes that peace is always preferable to war and values sacrifice. He personally thinks he values good craftsmanship, values loyalty, and finds maintaining decorum to be a silly, fumbling waste of time, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important and dreams of raising a family. He has an incredibly calm demeanor after experiencing trauma in the year 254. He is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need and obsessed by order and structure in his own life, with everything kept in its proper place. I think you're a sociopath. He is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He tends to he is stubborn, and he has an active sense of humor. He takes offered help with and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He enjoys wearing something special now and again, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he tends to assume the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He can handle stress, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in the day-to-day of living. And he is a friendly individual. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. Yeah, no, that's a fucking true Queen's bodyguard right there. That's a good soldier. We need more of those. Because we're going to be going to fight the Demon King. Babette. So next was Tranquil Ham, correct? You wanted a crafts dwarf, if I heard you right. Well, I got some stone crafters, a wood crafter, and a couple of fishers. Or I could give you a mason. Do you have any preference? Stone crafter? I'll find one that I'll find the happiest one for you. Neither of them are particularly happy. So I'll give you this one. Very few friends in the fort, just a couple passing acquaintances. No friends in the fort, just a couple passing acquaintances. Now, would you prefer Tranquil Ham, Tranquil? You're not particularly happy sometimes? Fair enough. Nobody's particularly happy sometimes. Tranquil Ham? Just the full name? Gotcha. Tranquil Ham, the stone crafter. He feels satisfied at work, but was dejected, dwelling upon wearing tattered clothing, and was dejected on a lack of decent meals for too long. He felt satisfied at work, but was uneasy after being attacked. And he felt self-pity after being unable to practice a martial art for too long. I might actually put you in the military because of that. He is 14 years old, born on the 27th of Malachite in the year 248. His hair is quite sparse, and his very long sideburns are neatly combed. His medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is braided. He personally hates those who wield power over others, and believes those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. Sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and values a harmonious existence, and also dreams of mastering a skill one day. Now, your dwarf is actually not depressed at all. If your dwarf was depressed, there'd be big text up at the top saying that your dwarf was stressed or haggard or feeling pressure from the stresses placed on him. So your dwarf's actually quite happy, believe it or not. But you're doing okay. You're strong and quite durable. Never becomes angry, is often inflamed by hatred, and easily develops hatred towards things. He's often sad and dejected and dislikes receiving advice. He prefers to keep his own counsel and has a greedy streak. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract mood, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings, and he is quite ambitious. He prefers to present himself modestly, and he is somewhat quarrelsome, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he occasionally can overindulge. His hands are animated when he's surprised, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Yeah, I think that this dwarf will be okay, because both sad and dejected a lot of the time, but yeah, a bit of an edgelord, but also at the same time, never becomes angry, so won't really tantrum. So stable, lonesome dwarf, I would say. So most of the dead dwarves in the miasma that you're actually seeing over there in the hallway are from invading dwarves. We are actually at war with another dwarven civ, which is unfortunate. Very unfortunate. It was a complete accident. We invaded them on accident. I swear it was an accident, okay? Okay. We still need to do a little bit more overview because there's a lot of stuff that's happened in this world. So this is us. We're right on the edge of this spooky biome, right? This is Diverth. This is the first fortress to dig too deep. Here lives the Demon King Bobet, the skunk monster, the smelly one. The goal for my fortress right now, currently, is to take over this fortress, then retire my current fortress and embark on Diverth. Unfortunately, the skunk king, Bobet, is overpowered as fuck. Put it simply, Bobet is like 10,000 kills to his name with a dozen or so weapons. So in order to begin training my soldiers so that we can actually win. Skunks are pretty cool. I like skunks in real life. They're neat animals. We started invading goblin pits. And in my distraction, we invaded one called Menacefed, which little did I know, the Fence of Drums, Yusteth Talon, had taken over. And unfortunately, that means we're now at war with a dwarven civ. Like I said, it was an accident. How was I supposed to know that they'd taken over a goblin pit as I was going to kill it? I claim innocence. We are the Coastal Guild, yes. The Coastal Guild because we are on the ocean. Look at those beautiful waves. Down in the basement, once again, we do have this. Bronze Colossi, who's our friend, who lives in a prison. But down in the basement is this. This is something I thought that we killed. This is a renamed corpse, actually. Sucked poison. Pesenuthelimi, which was once named Kanabo, which is was an enormous feathered six-legged squirrel. It belches and croaks, and its purple-taupe feathers are long and broad. Beware its poisonous gas. Kinda died too far down on the cavern layer and is now An undead nightmare. Although it's missing a toe. So, definite debuff. We're not going down there. What, a dwarf's just like, charge! And like other dwarves have moved in there and they're just like, whoops. Sorry, wrong address. Turn around. It's kind of hilarious, but also relatively horrifying. They got killed in a cave-in that set your entire cavern layer on fire. Actually, I wonder if I could do that. Where is this thing sitting? Is it like sitting? What's above it? There's a tree above it. Yeah, I can't punch through that. God damn it. I was actually thinking that might not be a bad idea to just cave in the ceiling on it. Oh, yay. Max is getting let out of prison. How nice. So in the fortress, we have a Tan Guild. We have the Handy Guild, the Craftsdwarf Guild, the Home of Rocks, which is our library, the Ageless Walls, which is our guild hall for the stoneworkers. We have the Temple, the Appearance of Dignity, the Natural Ageless Farm, which is our farmer guild hall, and the Cobalt of Beaches, our tavern. As far as constructions in the fort go, we don't really need to do much. We kind of have pretty much everything that I need. Please recover, Max. It would be really nice to have you back. Really, really nice. But we're kind of in a weird spot. There really isn't too much that we actually need in the fortress itself, except for maybe more storage space and maybe like more efficient methods of dealing with corpses, which is, you know, just kind of an unpleasant affair, I guess, if you will. Let's just get some bodies dumped, shall we? Which I think they've already been dumped, but apparently there are no corpses registered. You know what? I'm just gonna lock them underground until the miasma stops. Because it's a problem. Like, I'm gonna be honest, it's a fucking problem. Hey, that's the grand entrance hall, okay? That's supposed to be big, grand, and pretty looking, right? The issue with the storage space is down here and down here. But, you know, we're okay for right now. Frankly, we're okay right now. It might get bad in the future, but for right now, it's fine. You always just threw corpses. Yeah, see, if they're still on the map, though, they're still being processed. And if they're still being processed, then they're still causing frame rate lag. So what you really want to do is you want to, like, put them behind a wall and atom smash them, which is what we're doing. Assuming they actually go and get the bits. They don't seem to be particularly interested in that, which is interesting. Oh, also, another thing to mention about this fort. Our leader is a goblin, who I think is technically actually just our mayor. Yeah, he's only our mayor, technically. But he is a lord consort of a goblin civilization. The one that we're at war with, specifically. And in my headcanon, he is the one that is leading us to battle against the Demon King. Yeah. Well, he got elected, so I kind of thought it'd be fun to roll with it. So that's what we did. Are we brewing alcohols? Yeah, same. Like he married he married into royalty, and he was a bard for most of his life. A bard and an author, in fact. And his wife is a lying, cheating piece of shit person who basically slept and married her way into royalty. And he was one of her first husbands. And after she had multiple different lovers, he just kind of left and showed up in our fort and petitioned to stay. And we just kind of said, yeah, screw it. Why not? We'll let you stay. So he lives here now, and Max is immediately going back to prison. I'm very sorry, Max, but there isn't much I can do. Is he trying to usurp the Goblin Lands? That's my headcanon, yeah. But you know, we're having a bit of fun with it. So they are... They are ignoring refuse. Dwarves gather refuse. Yeah. Okay, so you know what? Let's try that. Because this is all supposed to be in the area that they're in right now, right? Yeah, they're in underground. How come nobody is dumping? A lot of stuff that needs to be dumped. Nobody is dumping things. Also, apparently I have a strange mood. All right, well, I'm going to have to turn off the zone for that anyway, so we'll turn it off. Gimper has claimed a mason's shop. Let's zoom in a little bit. Seems to have grabbed a boulder. Grabbing another boulder. I think I have a spider bite. Wants to cuck / seduce the skunk lord. I don't know about that. Must have bones. Probably wants me to slaughter an animal. Also, I need to... So all the way down here, we had a fire-breathing monster that, like, threatened to end the whole fort. Anyway, it didn't. But long story short, it did murder my, like, my entire livestock, except for one sow and one piglet, which is kind of a big old bummer. As well as, like, the majority of my military, which also kind of sucks. So, you like the music? It's the soundtrack for the Dungeon of the Endless. Fantastic little game. Yeah, no, we also have some elves in the fort. They came with our Lord Consort, who lives here. Also, the Today in DF's off to a pretty good start for once. They normally don't do that well off the bat, but that one's doing all right. Maybe it's because I got Tarn's voice in it. Anybody slaughtering that animal? I've had so many dwarves, like, get their jobs upended that I'm having a hard time keeping track of who's doing what. Because generally okay, Dr. Phineas, yeah, you can take a butchery job. Not that I have a hard time keeping track all the time. It's just because I've had a bunch of dwarves die recently and, like, get arrested and stuff. It's a little tricky going, okay, wait, who's got what job again? Yeah, he needed bones. Needs something else, apparently. Oh, no, that's all he needed. He paused. Yeah, no, he needed bones. I knew that. We were working on it. We're out of fruits, even though I do have fruits set to be harvested. Clearly, there are none to harvest. We're all bringing wood down. which is fine. We need it, because I can't go down into the, or as deep down into the caverns as I wanted to, or as I could previously. I accidentally smoothed all of this stone up here, which is extremely confusing, because I was doing some mass smoothing, and I'm kind of wishing I didn't, because it is hard to look at up on this upper layer, but not much you can actually do about it once you've screwed up like that, except for maybe like cut out every single tile, which I'm kind of tempted to do, honestly, although I think it would probably kill my miners because everybody's cave adapted. But not much you can do. So I'm going to send the main squad back out. Interesting. Why are they purple? Cuts of focus. Huh. Dark Goblin Pits. Sight Government, the Ardent Lie, the Immortality of Doom. We're going to send in the Heavy Helmets and the Sharp Ales. Our two best squads. There they go. They didn't get to see them very long because Gimper, the miner, has created Mimbaz Null, a granite quern, and claims it has an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Thultig Handelyels. Quern, eh? Useful, but not something we have use for. It's worth nothing. This is a granite quern. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is adorned with hanging rings of horsebone. The item has an image of a rectangular cabochon in granite. On the item is an image of a decahedron in claystone. So it's a not super interesting artifact. Got it. That's unfortunate. It's okay though. It'll find some use. We will put the quern in the Farmers Guild Hall. I'm sure they will appreciate it. I'm still a little bit concerned why they are not hauling the corpses. They should be. But the game seems to have decided that there is no corpses on the map. I can't go into this screen and mass dump corpses. I can mass forbid them. I can do it manually. It's interesting. Let's see if I can do this. Maybe it's because there's some in areas that I can't get to. But yeah, no, so if anybody has any questions about the community save or what this fort's goals are, let me know. And I will do my best to answer them as quickly as possible. Currently, it's just kind of a matter of keeping the dwarves from killing each other. Which is harder than it sounds, or harder than it should be, rather. And I'm just trying to get these corpses cleaned up. What kind of cheese did you put on your Asian food? Do I need to get out the pitchforks, animal? We are a tad bit lurky for the start of the stream, so could we get a round of beers in the chat? If you're listening to the stream right now, could you just type in the word beer? Let's see how many beers we can get. On what kind of Asian food, though? Cheers, everybody. The B's capitalized, future reference, Darren. I mean... You say that, Hobo, but I've had deep-fried, cheese-stuffed California rolls, but that's like the most Americanized Asian food you can have, so I don't know if that necessarily counts. And they were pretty banging. Like eel with sauce on top of rice. I like unagi dons a lot. I like dons a whole lot in general, actually. Any kind of rice bowls. Deep fried rolls. Yeah. Have you never been to a modern sushi restaurant? They all have them. Like most sushi places, in North America, and Canada especially, will deep fry any roll on the menu if you want it. Are Asian. They're generally made by Asian people, or at least people of Asian descent, but Olan was found dead, dehydrated. It was bound to happen. It's unfortunate. Literally died in the middle of the room. How convenient. Right in the middle of everything. I want to say I just have a whole bunch of open burial receptacles. I want to say I lied. Never mind. We do actually have a bunch. In fact, I got some that aren't marked yet, which is good. Because we're going to need them. This is a very violent fort. A lot of people ask me, like, oh, when are we invading the elves? Well, this is the fort for that. Cool. Got plenty of unused coffins, so they can just take them straight to the tombs. Is this, like, blocked or something? No, like, what the fuck? Okay, you know what? Let's just pull this lever. Because nobody's throwing out corpses. They're all set to be dumped, but nobody's chucking them out. There's just bodies up there. They're all set to be dumped. As a Parmesan fondue square? Actually, I've had dessert cheeses in Asian restaurants. The big problem that I have with Asian food now is a lot of them have sauces. And because I am in the, you know, bitchy situation of being a type 1 diabetic, I have to, like, count all my carbs. And a lot of those sauces are just, like, mysterious mysteries. It's like, well, I know how many 15 milliliters is, but how much is 15 milliliters? I guess I have to, like, approximate. Makes things very difficult. Axon, you're grieving. Who are you grieving the death of? Grieves at somebody's death. He is uneasy after seeing Olin bust Speaker's dead body and grieves at somebody's death. Was uneasy after seeing a troglodyte's dead body. Didn't feel anything after seeing a cave crocodile's dead body. Hang in there, Axon. You'll come through. I have faith. Mission report. Military returns. In the early spring, the vessel of Artifice attacked. The ardent lie of the immortality of gloom and the inky drain of prairies led the attack, also known as Bastet. And the defenders were led by the goblin Nagok King Jackal Ferns. In the early spring of 263, the dwarf Bastet of the inky drain of prairies outmatched the goblin Nagok King Jackal Ferns with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in match seduces. Oh, certainly, animal. There's a lot of trolls here. The goblin Areola's left upper arm was smashed by the dwarf war merchant's smooth winds, the prism coal. Ah, yes, named items. Glorious. All right, so we kind of popped in, fought with a bunch of goblins, hurt a couple of them, killed a couple of them, and peaced out. Didn't destroy anything, though, although that wasn't the goal of the actual attack itself. Not sure how widely it's used in recipes. I mean, I'll bet you I could put it on a banger grilled cheese. They don't, because cows don't grow too well over there. I mean, they do, but different kind of cattle. You don't know what it was. See, that's the problem with mystery sauces, right? It's like, if there's mystery thing... Actually, orange mango colored? Was it egg? Was this a sauce or something else? Also, thanks, guys, for all the comments. Seriously. They do help out the YouTube videos, truly. I just got an email from Humble that's supposed to tell me to remind you that you should subscribe to Humble Monthly, or Humble Choice, or whatever they're calling it now. And I'm going to take this moment to remind you all that you should unsubscribe from Humble Monthly because you're never going to play all of those video games. So I thought that there was a tantruming child, but it was actually just Tulan carrying a gold goblet. I saw like a yellow flashing thing going by, and I was like, oh god, tantruming child, incoming problems, but now we're okay. Might have been egg. Yeah, Dons generally have egg on it. And if it's like a fried scrambled egg, it can certainly come out an orangey color. Does everybody have dwarves? I'm seeing, or do all these dwarves have beds? I'm seeing dwarves sleeping on the ground. No, in fact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 bedrooms short. All right, well, let's make some bedrooms. I think that's something we can do. These are still relatively decent-sized bedrooms, all things considered. Military fort or not, we're treating our dwarves well. Except for the part where they have to run through miasma all the fucking time. But, you know, they'll get used to it, right? It's fine. It's a lovely fortress with the constant stench of rotting flesh and despair, grief, and misery. But, you know, normal dwarven antics, I think. Any good dwarf would understand that. It's Loot Crate all over again. I wouldn't say it's as bad as Loot Crate because they are not shipping out useless plastic that will end up in landfills. And they are supporting charity, but you will never play all of those video games. So, as a Humble partner, I would like to remind you to unsubscribe from Humble Choice. Only subscribe when there's games that you see that you want. Get that first month bonus and then unsub immediately. Played about 7. I've actually played quite a few. I played a bit of Short Hike, but I want to finish that on stream. I played Hack. I already owned some of the other games in there, so I've played a bunch of those. I was listening to the FLAC version of the Meat Boy soundtrack, which is in there. I was looking at some of the assets. I played the first 20 minutes of Night in the Woods, and I don't want to play any more of that game. Causes me anxiety. Trying to think. What else have I played a bit of that was in there? Oh, yeah, that kind of airplane arcadey game, like Skyrogue, I think it's called. Played a little bit of that. A couple random unfinished games. Yeah. You give to your coworkers? Aren't you nice? I mean, as long as those keys are getting used. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's why Twitch Prime is good. I don't know, lots of people jump from streams to stream to stream to stream to stream to stream and watch different streams all the time. I don't know. I have like 5 channels that I've watched for years, and I have 40-month subs on them. 40 to 50-month-long subscriptions to them, and I like it that way. Well, that's good that you don't pay rent. Moving country right now is difficult. I could move in with my parents. I just would rather not. Yeah, I don't fucking know what's up. Okay, I'm going to I have absolutely zero clue why they are not hauling corpses. I moved out at 18, and I'm never moving back in with my parents. Unless my entire body falls apart. Never moving back in with my parents. It's not that I don't love my parents, it's just I'm never moving back in with my parents. I'm never giving up this freedom. The Dwarf Fortress community is small and quaint. You find a lot of people in a lot of places. Oh, I know about intelligent design, yeah. I bought that game years ago. I never figured out how the heck it worked, and I think I refunded it. I had financial reserves, and that was the problem. When I moved out, I actually had a lot of money in the bank. Or actually, at the time, what I would consider to be a lot of money, and still would kind of, to a degree, consider to be a lot of money. Issue is... Let's try removing dump and re-adding dump. Issue was... situations changed. Which ended up costing me the majority of my savings, but not my ex. Okay, so they're dumping some things. Maybe they just have too many tasks, which is certainly possible. I'll just leave dump on these. They'll get used to staring at the bodies. It's fine. Yeah, the game's running a little messy on this save. Some quirky things are happening, so it's kind of working with what I got. You should play a game called Niche, Frankwilhelm. It's trying to be a simpler spore. Or niche, whatever you want to call it. It's not exactly like Spore. It's a completely different game, but it's trying to do a similar thing. It's neat. And worth looking at. God, those gold mugs keep freaking me out. Okay, now they're dumping stuff now. Fair enough. I mean, I'm super picky with games too. Anybody who's watched me for any period of time would know that I am weirdly picky, almost to a fault. Hornbots, I found my videos. Fucking hell. I mean, you've seen me play the games I play for ages, so... Let's lock everybody back underground. We're not really benefiting hugely from being upstairs. Oh god. You were 7 when Spore came out. I was going to BC in Canada Summer Games when Spore came out in sports. And all of my friends were super excited to play Spore because that game looked amazing, and they were all super whiny about it like weeks later. Although I also remember them being super stoked about Assassin's Creed 2. I mean, it's fine, but it's one of those, like... I had this weird moment right before I quit my job. I just turned 24. Or I'd been 24 for a couple of weeks. And I realized that I had a coworker who was 5 when I started that job. And I was like, I need to quit. I quit later that day. I was just like, I'm never going to leave this job. Fuck. Got rotten meat. I don't have enough food storage space. Which sucks. This is why, to this day, because there was no early access when Dwarf Fortress launched into early access, this is kind of a controversial thing to say, but I'm convinced that Dwarf Fortress isn't a alpha. Dwarf Fortress is a finished game, and it's been a finished game for a very long time. Yeah, they're ranching on that miasma. I mean, this is a very unhappy fort, so... You know, maybe the soldiers can help. I mean, Spore was like No Man's Sky. I'm trying to think. What were games that looked really cool that I got that weren't good? I was kind of lucky in that I didn't buy a lot of games. Most of the games that I got when I was younger were games that I very carefully borrowed from friends. Because I wasn't allowed to play most video games. My parents were extremely picky and protective over what games I could play. Wasn't allowed to play anything with any kind of violence in it, for example. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Excellent. Oh, God bless. I'm just gonna let them... Actually, we'll poke them and look for good military dwarves. I'm just gonna skim read these. Because I need good military dwarves. But, yeah, my parents were very picky as to what games I could play. So I had to sneak games in, which is why a lot of my game taste is much older. So people think, when I talk about the games that I played growing up, they think that I was, like, a teenager in the 90s. But it's like, I was born in 94. But I was playing NetHack in 2005. I was playing Age of Empires 2 and 1 in the mid to late 2000s. I was playing games like Roll Cage, which was a Windows 98 game, on in 2007, because I still had a Windows 98 PC until 2008 when I bought my first actual computer. At which point I then would just go over to my friend's house and download games perfectly legally from Sweden and put them onto my MP3 player at the time, which was 1 gigabyte, and smuggle them home. So, like, I remember the year that I got my own laptop was the year... Within the first 2 years that I had my own laptop was the year that I got into Counter-Strike, though. But I played Half-Life 1 for the first time in, like, 2009. 2008, maybe? It was Christmas 07 I got my first laptop. So it would have been 08. I played Half-Life 1 and 2 for the first time. You'll be fine in the military. Not great, but you'll do fine. I liked Half-Life 1 more. Befit Zero, it's good to see you.
Doofs, and more doofs.
Doofs. If you haven't seen it yet, new today, Dwarf Fortress went up today, and thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 21st month. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Befit and all of the support? Thank you so much, sir. Also, if you would like a dwarf, I am running through dwarves right now, spotting ones that would be decent for the military. So if you'd like a dwarf, just let me know. I could just give you one. Ooh, this one's interesting. Dreams of making a great discovery. I think we'll give this one to Befit. Yeah, right, dude? Almost 2 years. Just, you want to know where the time's gone? I have a frickin' 39 months. Next month will be 40. Like, where has the time gone? Why is the rum gone? Because I'm old now. Befit Zero, you are married, and your wife didn't come with you. You have 4 deities. Your favorite one is the deity of the vessel of artifice, known as Onol. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with Earth. Next month will be 40-month subs. So on the 27th, Hobo, Audio, Eggman, and all the other day 1 subs, Tredge, will be at 40 months. Yeah. Yeah, 40 months. There's currently 7 day 1 subscribers still subscribed, but there's a handful of people with the 40-month resub badge that sporadically resub throughout the month. Yeah, 40 months. Or 39 months right now, but it will be 40 by the end of this month. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. I'm getting ads for Stadia, speaking of fucking crazy. I'm shocked that service still exists. Did I make you a dwarf? I did not, because I didn't get your preference. So I can name you now if you would like one. But I just named Befit. We just got a migrant wave, so now's a good time too. He personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities somebody can have, and finds the quest for knowledge to be one of the various highest values in his life. Sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and dreams of creating a great discovery, making a great discovery. He doesn't generally think before acting, and he tends to not fall in love or develop positive feelings. He is slow to anger, and he has a sense of duty. He rarely develops positive feelings, and he is slow to anger. He tends to make a small mess of his own possessions, and he's moved by art and natural beauty. He tends to not to reveal personal information, and sometimes with little determination and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Tends to be a bit stubborn when changing his mind about things, and he tends to take it easy. He laughs loudly when he's excited, and when he's nervous, he clicks his tongue. He stiffens when he's surprised, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And you are going to become a scholar. Welcome to the fortress. Befit, go make a great discovery. I stream 8 to 10 hours a day every day of the week, except for days I take off. And I've only been on. Generally, if it's a short stream, it'll be around 6 to 7 hours. Today might be a short stream because I'm on 2 hours of sleep. But we will see how my energy holds up. If I remain awake and aware and functional, it'll be a 7-hour stream to 8-hour stream probably. I try and keep the weekend streams a little bit on the short-ish side, but we'll see where we go, what happens. All right. No preference. You just want to be part of the history of the fort. Okay, gotcha. I'll give you one who seems kind of sane. All right, this one seems interesting. You have a kill. Seems like creating a great work of art. He is tough. He never becomes angry. And he is a dyed-in-the-wool quarreler, never missing an opportunity to lash out in verbal hostility. He is bothered by this since he values friendship. He finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. He is stingy with resources when working on projects, and he refuses to expend any extra effort. He's an edgelord. He likes to brawl and can sometimes act with little determination. Without deliberation, rather. He tends to avoid crowds and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He is quick to form negative views about things and doesn't often feel envious of others. He has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he is joining the military. Welcome to the Sharp Ale. Danuge. Uh-oh. 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 Cheese making necromancer. Dreams of mastering his skill. Lives life at a slow-going, leisurely pace. 123 years old. He's married.
Cheese for everyone.
He is doesn't feel anything after seeing an eagle's dead body. Well, okay. He lives his life at a slow-going and leisurely pace and is stubborn and tends to not reveal personal information, often feels envious of others and is quite ambitious, rarely finds himself hopeful about the future and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He is somewhat quarrelsome and often forms deep emotional bonds with others. He enjoys the company of others and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and currently is more anxiety prone and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Well, you're bad at everything, so I'm just going to put you in the military. Go punch stuff. Where cheese win? That's not how that works. Yeah, he's going to romance all of them next. Exhibits a refined politeness and is determined to keep the guiding rules of etiquette and decorum. Finds it itself as if life itself depends on it. She is jittery and doesn't hang on to grievances, acts with compassion, and is generally has a narrow focus on the current activity, feels discouraged and has a sense of duty and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Can join the Flying Heads, which is a great name. I'm proud of that one. And has a kill. Killed 4 goblins in menace stubs. Well, welcome to the military, my dwarf. Now we're up to 102 dwarves, and they're taking some time. Their sweet-ass time to path down there. You're slow as fudge. Private person shares... And he's not a private person and shares details of her life. She finds herself quite hopeful. Overindulges, doesn't seek out excitement, is rarely happy or enthusiastic, conflicted by this, values parties, yada yada, something something nature, something something military, something something stabby stuff. Yeah, what the heck are you carrying? Why are you so slow? Got a bronze crossbow. He's quite clumsy, very quick to heal, and very weak. Very slow to heal and very quick to tire and very weak. Probably got something to do with it. Go join the Stabby Club. Some stuff's actually getting dumped, which is lovely to see. Good thing I just queued up all these new bedrooms, because bloody hell, we're going to need them. I'm not sure, then. They're just moving slowly. I thought it was just, like, slow pathing at first, but... yeah, I'm not going to worry about it too much. How many dwarves are we up to? 102. All right, back kind of up to the numbers we were at. Yeah, but bronze crossbows aren't that heavy. Those dogs seem to be having a hard time there. It's okay. They'll be fine. I'm sure. I love that they need to go retch on Miasma in order to get into the kitchen to get lunch. Just have to brave the stench of rotting flesh to get dinner. Oh boy. This fortress is great. It seems like it, yeah. Quantum puppers. All right, wood. Well, I don't need to type in that. Bed. Let's just do 40. I'll need a bunch of them. All right, now I do need to get the military training again. And I'm really curious to see what our new dwarf who dreams of being a scholar goes and does. And he's already off to just like reading books. And we do have quite the library, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we have 108 volumes in our library, which is wonderful, frankly. Reading beyond the author. I'm actually curious, how are you doing so far in here, Befit, since you are one of the newest dwarves to the fortress? Seems to be quite happy with the library. Still is sad, but content. Pondering, satisfied after learning, satisfied after learning. Do you actually have any writing skills? I wonder. You're an adequate animal caretaker. Okay, so you dream of making a... Your last name is Bookring. Well, no wonder you want to you're dreaming of making a great discovery. Damn. Tight. I guess it's in the family name. Still just kind of trying to deal with those corpse problems. Still just kind of trying to deal with them. Has anybody else been getting shit tons of ads for Raid Shadow Legends again? It's like they've just decided it's time to pollute the internet with Raid. Also, apparently the auto-generated captions on the Today in Dwarf Fortress video is hilarious. Yeah, I mean, it's been on PC for a bit, I think. Or some movie you're not interested in. That's most movies for me. Most movies I get ads for I'm not interested in. And an elf dancer has been found dead. Fortunately, nothing of value was lost. I don't... Oh. Who attacked who? Ah, the elf dancer attacked one of my military dwarves and got creamed into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces. 7 pieces. Ew. Ew. Report a crime. Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's what happens when you try and punch an axe dwarf. You get your face handed to you in little itty bitty pieces. I mean, gosh. What else did you expect? Man, I can't wait to see more gore sprites. You know, honestly, the gore sprites might be the thing that makes me just play the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress. That might actually be the thing that tips the scale for me as to which version of the game I play. Depending on how well the violence sprites work. You might explode into little itty bitty tiny pieces in a fine red mist is what might go wrong. Depending on the soldier. They might just punch you and you'll just collapse into a puddle of gore. That cursed name. I'm sorry. You know, fun fact, I did turn down a sponsored deal with them. True story. You're welcome that I didn't do that. I'll be honest with you, the deal had so many like if thens and buts things in the contract and things I couldn't say, and it was basically felt like I was signing my life away. It was scarier looking than my phone contract. Actually, no, it was $650 to be specific. Probably not supposed to say that, but whoops. $650 I turned down to not talk about Raid Shadow Legends for 2 hours. And be one of their paid goons. I have a bunch of recruits. Felt empathy, remember seeing a goblin's dead body. I don't recall seeing that one ever. Huh. Android shit show? What exactly is Android shit show, if I can ask? Tail Grandmaster's throwing a tantrum. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, there's only one Vine Sauce streamer I really watch. Which is kind of funny because my favorite YouTuber is almost always wearing Vine Sauce shirts, and he's not even remotely affiliated with them. Just a fan. My favorite YouTuber is 40 to 50-year-old dad who talks about heavy metal records once a week or so. Called Aaron the Metal Theologian. He just turns his camera on and is like, "Yeah, this is what I'm listening to this week," and then pulls out a bunch of like random, obscure death metal records and power metal records and talks about them for like 10 minutes and then complains that his videos get copyright struck and says that he doesn't want to monetize them anyways, and then vapes, and then the videos end and they're wonderful. It's just like, I'm going to hang out in this guy's living room and just listen to him talk about records for 30 minutes to an hour, the YouTube channel, and it's great. All right, let's go raid some more goblins, shall we? All right, Deldoom. We need to try and actually, like, hurt Deldoom. So we're actually going to try and raise them instead of raid them. Best of luck, Ace Squad. You know, honestly, I don't hate on people who vape at all. As somebody who has to deal with his neighbors smoking on a relatively frequent basis, I wish, and I genuinely mean I wish, oh, I'm so sorry, blood, that my neighbors would just vape. It smells so much better than cigarettes. Ideally dry herb vape, but if you don't want to like dry herb vape your stuff, just liquid vapes, fine with me. Stretch too much. I've told them for years that there's nothing to catch in the central swamps. Pretty much, yeah. I don't mind the smell of cannabis. I don't like the smell of cigarettes. Oh. Bunch of crimes. I like that you got chopped into 9 pieces. Yet you're the one that got accused of the crimes. Well done. I guess it was self-defense. He punched me, so I chopped them into 19 pieces. I keep seeing the combat reports popping up, and it's just this woodcutter beating up a cat. The woodcutter grabs the cat by the neck with his right hand, grabs the rear second toe with his right hand, And the cat grabs the cat by the second right hand on the rear toe with his left upper arm. And the woodcutter grabs the cat by the third front toe with his left arm. And he grabs the cat, but she rolls away. How, is that like you fumbling, like trying to catch a cat as it's rolling away? The woodcutter attacks the cat, and she scrambles away. He punches the cat in the right rear paw. Aww. I can't read that anymore. Paw exploded into gore. Poor kitty. Didn't deserve that. Hope that crime gets reported. You must do prison time. Yes. No sentence pending, but it is noted. Getting coffers and cabinets going. It might be a fair use thing, right? Animal, but if they're gonna claim you, they're gonna claim you, and it takes 30 days to get that lifted. If it is fair use, it can take up to 30 days for it to get lifted, and a video generally gets the vast majority of the views it's gonna get in 30 days. In that person's case, he doesn't want to make any money off of YouTube because it's just his hobby. So he'll just like upload the videos and not monetize them because he doesn't want to monetize them. He doesn't have a YouTube partnership to monetize them. So if a video gets claimed on his end, it's just like, oh, it's putting ads on it kind of thing. And that annoys him, so he doesn't want the ads on it. But if a video gets claimed, if it's after the first 30 days, the video might as well be dead. Like, it doesn't matter at that point. If that makes sense. All right, let's turn off the underground lock again. So, like, if I'm going to put up a video, right, and it's going to get 1,000 views, it's going to get that 1,000 views in the first 48 hours, that video is going to make me $1, maybe, right? If somebody copyright strikes it and they take all the ad revenue, they're going to take all that ad revenue in the first 24 hours, and I'm not even going to bother because that video is probably not going to get a lot more views after that. Like, it really doesn't matter. It just sucks when that happens. What's even better is then people can falsely claim videos. Like, I've had videos get claimed months after I put them up for 2 seconds of music that's playing in an ad that popped up on YouTube. Like, I'm not bothered by YouTube ads, but what I am bothered by is when YouTube ads just have, like, a Billie Eilish song or something in it that insta-claims my video. Like, I had, like, 4 seconds of, You okay over there, Dwarf? I mean, clearly not, but what's wrong with you? Oh. It's an engraving on the floor. Okay. Like, I put up a video a couple months ago, and it was a VOD, right? And it had, I don't know, 3 seconds of a Billie Eilish song that played as part of a 007 ad for the new 007 movie, which is apparently releasing in theaters, which is spooky. I didn't realize theaters were even open. Anyway, so that popped up on one of the, like, IR Stupid. What's up, dude? It's a funny name. I actually have an emote for you. If you happen to have FFZ, our dwarves have returned. But anyway, the ad popped, and then when I go to put the VOD up on YouTube, the VOD gets claimed for having a Billie Eilish song. I'm like, I'm sorry that a video from your platform that I was listening to perfectly legally has an ad in it that has a song that... Anyway. Report. We had loot, so it must have gone well. Seems like we outmatched Goblin. We had a cunning plan. We had a strong positional advantage in Deldoom. We rampaged throughout. Did we? I don't think we destroyed them, but we did rampage throughout. We got livestock. We got 1 horse. Okay, quiver, a cage, some thread, a bronze pick, a silver flail, a leather backpack, and troll fur yarn. Lovely. Let's go do that again. If Deldoom is still there. We're going to send you and the flying heads. I'm going to raise this time. Best of luck, dwarves. And I'm actually going to take a real quick toilet break because I've been streaming for 3 hours on the dot, and I haven't stood up or anything. So I'm going to go take a quick piss. Can I get a round of beers in chat? I will be back in a moment. 2 seconds. Welcome to the stream, Irish Stupid. Hey, perfect timing. Game saving. Gonna pour some coffee. Thank you as always to everybody who got here early. I kind of consider it to be early in the stream when it's before my lunch break. After my lunch break is like midway through the stream, which is when most people tune in generally. But cheers to all of you who get here in like the first 2 hours.
I have returned crypt calcium.
Dude, how have you been? Fuck, it's been a long time. Are you back because of the September thing? Or are you just back to be back? What's up, man? How you been? Been a while. As they say. 27 Montherinos. It's like, are you sharing the return? I mean, we can all share in the glorious return of Calum. Missed you, man. Oh, really? I'm sorry. I are stupid. What videos, if I can ask? Dwarf Fortress is a wonderful thing. An absolutely wonderful thing. If you have questions, or if you're confused, or if you need help with anything, shout and let us know. We'll do our best to assist. Speaking of things that are bad, though, that is bad. A vile force of darkness has arrived. Also, there's a blue troll. Is that a troll? Interesting. Okay, I seem to recall you saying that you were going somewhere. But I'm glad that you survived Florida, especially in 2020. Jesus, man. I seem to recall you saying something about that. A troll axe wielder. Ungeg delegatoten. Interesting. I wonder where these gobos are from. Problem is, I The problem is they are going to compiling. My dwarves are going to come piling back once these guys are actually attacking us. Scorch Fountain by Krug Smash. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I'm using a customized version of one of his older tile sets, actually. So, some things might look familiar-ish. Like Krug's, I play the game completely vanilla, so I'm not using any plugins or anything. Yeah, I bet. I wouldn't want to get stuck there with bad internet. Yeah, no, totally. Regardless, though, glad you're home safe and you're out of Florida. But it's good to see you, man. Missed ya. It's been a long 8 months for me. I have a terminal illness now. That's fun. So I don't go outside at all, really. My province is on fire. So's California, which isn't helping. So we're getting like double fucked by smoke. It's great. It's brilliant. But yeah, no, Krugs is a good place to start. My personal favorite series that he did, though, was probably Monster Killer. It's kind of an older one now. But Monster Killer is my favorite work that Krug Smash has done. Krugs is great. I love Krugs. Krugs has like the super high quality storytelling. I'm like the quantity of dwarfs. So if you just want sheer quantity of dwarfs, I can give you more Dwarf Fortress content than you can ever realistically watch in a lifetime. Whereas Krug Smash will give you a nice handcrafted thing once a week. Whereas I'm just like, you want dwarfs? I have dwarfs! I throw so much dwarf at you, you can't handle it. But Krugs is great. Every now and again, he graces us with his presence. But we're being attacked by the immortality of gloom. The evil Civ. Our arch nemesis, even. So, we got to turn on underground, keep job issues off. How's our alcohol supply? Good. Jump down to the bottom, lock that door, although that might actually kill people, so probably shouldn't do that right away. What I should do, however, is pull that lever. You gotta get inside, bud. So my invasion force is gonna come piling back. Currently, we have 2 fortresses running on this stream. We have this one, which I play generally on Saturdays, but I got an extra day off on Saturdays, so yeah, they've got beak dogs. This is gonna be a large invasion force. Generally, I play it on Saturdays, but this week I'm playing it on Sunday, and this is a public world, so anybody can download this world and mess with it and help us find stuff. I have made a couple of lore videos about it. If you wish us to link some, we can. But this fortress is pretty violent, warmongery, large population fort, although the population isn't that large right now. And we're trying to take over a specific fortress, which has a demon lord living in it. And then my other fortress, which is very peaceful, quiet, and calm, where we are trying to keep the fortress alive for 1,000 years in-game time, which, to my knowledge, hasn't been done. At least not the way I'm trying to do it. So it's an interesting challenge, and it's been proving to be entertaining. Like I said, if you need help with anything, just give us a shout. And if I can't answer a question quickly, someone in chat can. Yeah, welcome to Dwarfs. Dwarves Fortress is a fucking brilliant game that's a little bit obtuse to get into, but once you kind of come to grips with the basics, it's not that bad. It's pretty simple. So, yeah, welcome. It's good to have you. A whole bunch of trolls. 10, the axe dwarf was found dead. I mean, my squads haven't come back yet. That door locked? Yes, it is. They are all going into the siege door, though. How you doing, Eripterus? Phil. Although I think Eripterus beat me to it. Animal. I'm just hoping that most of these goblins are inside before my squads come back. This is going to be a lot of bodies. As they're both off fighting in Deldoom. Or two of my squads are. 2 of 3 squads are fighting in Deldoom. Ah, in Stardew. Gotcha. Seems like a good name for a chicken. Not that I would know. It's a pity we didn't have Stone, who is the names master. So they're all crowding around this door over here because they're trying to destroy it. Little do they know that this is a legendary door and it is indestructibles. Okay, actually, this invasion force isn't as big as I thought it was. It's kind of neat seeing an axe troll, though. This is a great race. Yeah. Yeah, avoid spoilers, but yes, great race. I'm glad I woke up early for it. It's fucking rad. Yeah, there's some people that I know haven't seen it yet who frequent this chat, so I don't want to spoil things for people, but fucking hell of a race. You might get it. I mean, it's free. So if you would like to try the game in its current state, which is, like I said, a little bit finicky, but you're on the right track to learning Dwarf Fortress if you are interested in learning to play Fire Stupid because you're watching Dwarf Fortress. The hardest part about kind of getting into Dwarf Fortress is just kind of the unknowns, because there is a lot of unknowns for a lot of people. But once you kind of get past that initial curve of, what the fuck am I doing? The game does actually get a lot easier rather quickly. Even, one could say, alarmingly quickly. But, yeah, I mean, if you're interested in just waiting for the Steam version, that's also perfectly valid. All right, so my soldiers have returned. And this fort's kind of busy, so it's a little bit tricky to follow, unfortunately. But over on my YouTube channel, I have a playlist of videos called Today in Dwarf Fortress videos, which are kind of like, sort of like what Krug Smash does, but condensed down into 2 minutes to 4 minutes, maybe 7 minutes at the most, 7 to 10 at the most. And they're little individual stories that aren't connected at all. If you're looking for more Dwarf Fortress related stuff that's maybe a little bit more bite-sized. Also, all of my stream VODs go up on YouTube, and I do little news updates about the Steam version and stuff that they post, patches and such. So if you're interested in following that sort of stuff, I do stuff on YouTube too. But yeah, no, Krugs is kind of like the gold standard for YouTube storytelling for Dwarf Fortress. His stuff's fucking brilliant. And the art in my videos are drawn by Cooler, which is supported on my Patreon. I pay him to draw the art because I have no talent. So anyways, we destroyed Deldoom, which is good. And they brought back a bismuth bronze breastplate. Nice piece. Trollhorn scepter and a fur rope. Oh, I was simply praising your gloriousness. So, they're going to collide with the rear end of those dwarves, or of those invaders, rather. Udos Kush, we'll follow you, because they're going to be running down behind those goblin invaders. We'll see how this goes. I'm hoping well. Oh, there's one. Found one. We're gonna follow Bastet. Our Grand Leader, Militia Commander, vomiting projectile vomiting as she's on her way in and immediately begins slaughtering the goblins. Is carrying loot as well. Fighting many beak dogs, blood flying everywhere. Making a pathway for the other dwarves to get through. Continue fighting. Man, what a surprise for those goblins. They're just here sieging us and they think that they're all safe. Little do they know. Oh man, they're getting slaughtered from behind. There goes the rope. Somebody that rope that just showed up on the ground. Yeah, that was being carried by one of my dwarves. They continue flying down, massacring those poor goblins who are now trying to retreat back out whence they came. Ah, violence. Glorious. The Mace Lord Udos Kush bashes the beak dog in the head with his silver mace, I'm assuming. Bruising the muscle and fracturing the skull. The force bends the neck, tearing apart the skin and the fat and bruising the upper spine's nervous tissue. He stands up. That's the scariest bit, is when he stands up. There's also a new Today in DF up. Jack Narek up on the YouTubes. !VID if you would like to see it. The impressive thing is that they're still sort of sieging us. Or trying to siege us. Okay, so I think all the guys that are left are up here. And tragic? Yeah, well. Cooler did good job on art. I really, 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 really like the 2 Cobalt Seed Rod. Rod? Drew. English. Hello. My favorite comments on the fact that apparently it thinks that Tarn's Cobalt is German. Or YouTube thinks that Tarn's Cobalt speak is German. All right, let's charge in here with Necromancer in tow. I'm sure this will go just fine. My God, the wrestler's been found dead. Oh, that's unfortunate. Danuge has been found dead. What? They're just trolls. Aegis has been found dead. Why are we losing to a bunch of trolls? Vertas, the Axdorf has been found dead. Tosid has been found dead. They're just a bunch of fucking trolls. Damn. Okay, then. Wow. Are you dead yet? No, you're fine. I'm shocked by that. Yeah, all of the invaders have left the map. Holy shit. All right, well then. I did lose a bunch of dwarves, but I guess they were kind of green, but still. Miner is throwing a tantrum. That's unfortunate. Tantruming miners are always a little scary, but could be worse. Thanks, screw it. Yeah, the make me take a day off goal has been restarted. It has an image now, too. Hi, Stone. How are you doing? Your dwarf is well, still in the military. Or weller than all of the dwarves that are in the military that just died. Yeah, I saw it. Kind of hard to miss. Ah, things are good. I slept most of it. Yeah, the vast majority of it I slept. And then yesterday, which was my extra day off, I watched a concert with Ryan, and I edited a YouTube video, and then edited another YouTube video. Yeah, that's this fortress. This fortress is kind of tantrumy, but it's kind of stable, all things considered. Like, it could be a lot worse. Like, it has its problems, but, like, it's not tantrum spiraling, it's just tantrumy, you know? Dwarves are a little pissy. But it could be a lot worse. Alrighty, you go get your foods. Close to lunchtime for me, too. A giant home. Let's just remove that giant home. And that giant rat while we're at it. I don't even know what to do with all of those dwarves that are just like in cages. I need to figure out what to do with them. Man, everything's getting painted with vomit. I love it. Yeah, so we're at war with a Dwarven Civ. It's an accident. It was an accident. I didn't do it intentionally, I swear. But we are at war with a Dwarven civilization. Fortunately, not our Dwarven civilization, but we are at war with a Dwarven Civ. So we are getting invaded by dwarves occasionally. Oh, that's a lot more coffins than I realized I had. Oh well, I should place these. Okay, so I was invading goblin pits. There was a goblin pit. It was a goblin pit. I invaded the goblin pit. When my dwarves got there, another dwarven civ had conquered the goblin pit and taken control of the goblin pit. So we indirectly invaded our own civ. Or not our own civ, a different civ. So I would argue miscommunication. Not my fault. I plead innocent in this matter. I did not intentionally raid dwarves. But on the bright side, they're now bringing us perfectly dwarf-sized clothing and armor. So, nah. If they will be the one thing that stands in our way of killing the Demon Lord, then fuck it, we will kill the Demon Lord. You're not supposed to occupy the goblins, you're supposed to eradicate the goblins. So yes, 100% my fault. But you know what, it's fine. It's fine. Nope. It's not possible. That's one of the big problems with Dwarf Fortress is diplomacy is, null. I mean, there's an argument to be made as to why CK3 is a good game to purchase. I personally am just I've watched enough streams of complete noobs playing that game, and I know that I'd be one. And oh, do we have an undead giant rat's head? Oh God, where the fuck's that necromancer? Get the fuck out of my fort! I don't want to deal with you. And take your damn Mark's Dwarf lover with you. Get out. I don't care if you're bleeding. You're immortal, you undead twit. Couldn't that be useful? Sure, if you want to abuse mechanics and intentionally re-res dwarves. But no, we're trying to abolish evil. If we were standing by evil, we would have many necromancers and undead in this fortress. Kill them. Kill them all. Yeah, sometimes I do that stuff. Sometimes I don't. Not in this fort. Maybe the next one. That's probably what I'll do once we find a way to take over Divers, is we'll become the thing that we hate then. I have no idea, but press X to doubt. Jack Narek. Or at the very least, they don't seem particularly intelligent. Although not a popular opinion, I think intelligent undead are a little broken. Like, they're literally just like mindless fucking drones. I'd kind of rather they just die. And the way to, like, consistently make them is so fucking cheesy. It's like you have to tie up an enemy unit or something scary, and then you have to put a corpse in a room, and then you have to scare the necromancer into rezzing the corpse. It's like... I could, but that's just too much work. It's not worth it for just a dwarf. Besides, undead have their own problems. Like, for example, they can't develop skills. Their skills are locked. A symptom rain to do that. Oh, you mean like in the mod files? Probably. I feel like that would be a little bit overpowered. Yeah, I mean, I guess. It's not that hard to make a legendary weaponsmith, though. I would argue it's not that difficult. But what do I know? They're still not removing these corpses. If anybody has any ideas as to why they might not be removing these corpses, they're not claimed. They're set to be dumped. And none of my orders are allowing them to keep the corpses. So if anybody has any ideas as to why those corpses are not getting dumped, they used to be until one day they just decided to not. And I can't dump them from this screen. I have to go in here and manually dump them all. So yeah, if anybody has any idea as to why they're not getting dumped, I'd love to know. It's getting a little frustrating. And it's to the point where I'm considering retiring this fort early. No shit. Screw it. Right here. In fact, they're dumping other things, just not corpses. They're dumping vermin, they're dumping bones, and there's been many times where they will have no jobs, but they aren't dumping this shit. It's very frustrating. My only theory is they are, but they just have too many other things that also need to be dumped. But the fact that I can't do it from that menu is very strange. Like, my prioritization systems worked perfectly until last time I was streaming this fort, and then randomly they just, like, prioritized everything else first, and it's very strange. I must have, like, changed a rule or something in a menu that I've missed, but I am not sure. It's a wee bit aggravating, but what can you do? No, they're not on the surface. They're very much underground. Also, the order for gather refuse from outside is set, so they would gather them even if they're outside. OU, mean the orders menu. There is the gather furniture would be OU. That's the menu that I was just in. You mean OR for the refuse menu, or just O? Because dwarves gather bodies. There's nothing under the forbid option. I mean, we're forbidding death items, but I want it that way. Everything is set. They dump large portions of skeletons. More migrants arrive despite the danger. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just perplexed and confused by the whole thing, frankly. I think it might just be there's like too many items in this fort. They're just deciding to not, or there's just too many other jobs going on, which is a possibility, but like it wasn't an issue until the last time I streamed this fort. And then they just snap one day to the next, refuse to haul corpses or dump corpses specifically. It's like a switch flipped. It's bizarre. It doesn't matter if they're taking them to the corpse pile or not. That's irrelevant because they're not taking them out of the corpse pile to dump them. Hey, Gimper. How you do? Are you back home now, Gimper? But yes, I'm well aware of this, and that pile is set to be both corpses and refuse. But it doesn't matter what the settings of the pile is because I'm not trying to put them into the corpse pile in the first place. I'm just simply trying to dump all corpse bits, not refuse. It's got nothing to do with refuse. Refuse isn't an issue. They're still dumping refuse. They're just not dumping corpses specifically. Well, I hope you had safe travels. Hey, Tivo Mato. Been a while. You'd be fine in the military. I don't really need a farmer. More beards for the meat grinder. And welcome back, Gimper.
It was a long trip for sure, haha.
Well, I hope you got the discount coming back. It's good to have you back, Gimper. The 11th month. Next month is a year. You get a new hat. It's been a long time. Welcome back. Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I've literally gone through everything, which is, it probably is a bug. I feel like I've had this happen before, and then it, like, just stops randomly. I don't know. I'm starting to be convinced it's just a bug. Because, like I said, they're dumping everything else, no problem, into the correct zones. They're even dumping animal corpses. It's just specifically dead dwarf corpses that they're not hauling. Some games have horrid communities. Every game has a horrid community if you know where to look. You know, like Dwarf Fortress has the the 4chan nutbags that everybody who isn't them just kind of looks at and goes, "The fuck's wrong with you people?" But the Dwarf Fortress community is wonderful. Like, look at how my chat is acting. That's the Dwarf Fortress community. I think this chat's a pretty good representation of what the Dwarf Fortress community is like. Could be because they want to bury them or something. It could be. Yeah, no, I mean, like, something might be conflicting. Like, I have no problems dumping goblin corpses, but specifically dead dwarves is like... No, that was me fiddling with things, trying to make things work, Animal. That's not going to adjust anything. Might be, yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I'm at a loss. I don't think I can fix it, frankly. You gotta go get some sleep. You go get some sleep. Hopefully we'll see you more often, Yudos Kosh. I missed you, man. I miss your doodles. Your art was amazing. It seems like they hold all the body parts until they can bury them. But here's the thing. If it's a dwarf that's not part of your faction, they should treat it like an enemy corpse. Just take it to the refuse/corpse pile, because I assign them both to the same piles. And then they should be dumped when I tell them to be, instead of them just completely ignoring them and me not being able to mass dump them from the stocks menu, which means there's got to be something that's breaking it. Something is breaking the act of dumping them. Also, this dwarf prefers that the act of war is preferable to peace in general, so you can join the military. You'll be right at home here, dwarf. In the piles of corpses. Can handle stress. Excellent. Of course it's dumped. I'll run through everything that I have set up in a minute after I'm done with this. That's a sheep. All right, here. Let's jump down to the main layer and I'll show you everything that we have set up. All right. So this corpse is all set to be dumped, right? Technically, the armor and stuff shouldn't be, but frankly, I don't fucking care because I'm getting desperate. Like, they're dumping the clothing bits, which is fine because I mass dumped everything to see if it would work. This stockpile is a combination pile of refuse and corpses and all the bits and pieces and stuff. This is specifically a garbage dump. Yes, it is active. It is behind an unlocked door. Dwarves are seemingly ignoring this. And if I used to be able to just go into the stock screen here and go to, and I can do this with body parts. Just hit D on body parts and they'll mass dump all of the body parts, which is great. And you normally can do that with corpses too. But recently, I can't do that. I can turn off the dumps, but I can't mass dump them. So I literally have to like go in here and go through here and manually do every single one. Which is bonkers. And this is new. Corpses are not turned off on the pile. I can go show you again if you'd like. It does, besides, they've been putting corpses in there, so I can tell you for fact that's not a problem. It's specific. Sorry, I'm frustrated here. Corpses. Corpses. They are active. That's inactive. That is active. Item types. Remains. I can read. It says corpses. The fuck you on about? But, like, it doesn't matter if they're active here. That's not the problem. Oh my god, you guys are nuts. Now, I know what you're talking about, but that's not the problem. If you ever use that smiley in my chat again, I will time you out. Dion, please don't use that smiley. That's not the problem. You guys are obsessed with this fucking stockpile. That's not the problem. This... I'm sorry, chat, but you guys are wrong. Because I've had this set up this way for the entire time and it's been fine. Hi, Astra. That's not the problem. The problem is I can't go into this screen. And if it works now, I swear to God, I'm going to eat my shoe. I can't mass dump them. That's the problem. Hitting D. Caps lock is not on. I can't mass dump them.
Can you build a theme park in this fort, like the old days?
No. You can, though. Far away from me, please. It's like I can forbid them. I can hide them, I think. Yeah, I can mass hide them. Can't mass dump them. That's the problem. This stockpile is fucking irrelevant. And not the issue that I'm trying to solve. What fucking button do you think I was spamming? Convinced you fuckers are obsessed with the wrong issue. I'm just not going to ask for advice anymore. I'm just going to deal with my problems in the background. Because that's the problem. That's what I have. There is an atom smasher right here, okay, that I've been using to smash corpses for literally days of this fort. Okay? I know. I mass undid it. So the D was active because I went manually to corpses and set them to be dumped, right? So now, when I go in here, there will be a dark colored D because some of them are there. I can mass undo it by hitting D. Yes. I can't redo it. There is no way to redo it. That's the problem. That's what I'm convinced of. I'm convinced it's just because they're dwarven corpses. Okay? So, please, have a little bit of faith in me that I know what I'm talking about. Ugh. Like, literally, that's the only problem. Everything else is working. But the fact that I can't mass dump them is a huge problem. I'm not necessarily talking to you, Dion, to be clear. It's more just that you could make an atom smasher. It's like, there's one right there! That's what I'm frustrated by right now. No. But please, don't use that smile. And I'll slap you, Renee. Okay, I was a noob once. I mean, if you treat me like a noob DF streamer and you figure out a solution to this, I'll eat my shoe. I don't know how, but I'll try. Yeah, me neither. It's just frustrating when people are like, oh, it's this thing. It's like, no, that solves a completely different problem. I guess, like, the result that I'm going to have to do, because I can't mass dump anymore. Because they are still dumping corpses. They just won't let me mass dump corpses. I guess what we need to do is we need to make a secondary corpse pile, specifically just for corpses instead of refuse and corpses. And just mass dump both of them, but that just fucking sucks. Sorry for the salt. Video games can be salt-inducing. I don't think I'd have problems with my diabetes if I ate a shoe. Because I don't think there's any carbs in a shoe. The fuck happened to you? Oh. You fought with a cave crocodile. Well, that's not very good for your health. There's now a named cave crocodile that's just, like, exhausted. The global permits are fine. I'm done trying to deal with the issue. Ooh, who's fighting with you? Where did that dwarf go? I mean, I got enough salt for, like, 3 servings of popcorn. Frankly. It's okay. It's probably just some weird bug. Ugh. Shoes carry COVID? I'll wash it first. Yep. Anything will be destroyed if you throw it into lava and magma. Pretty much. Unless it's magma safe, but even then, some items will still be destroyed. Even if they're made out of magma resilient materials. But for clarity, that's my refuse orders. Dwarves gather bodies, which they do, but that's not the problem. Unless it's books. Well, actually, that's not true. It is possible to destroy books. There's an elf haunting the fortress. It is possible to destroy books in the magma sea by dumping them off the map. So if they hit the bottom of the magma sea, they will vanish from existence. Also, to be clear, when I get salty like that, I'm not mad at anybody in particular. It's just, it's me mad at the game, but it can get directed at chat because I'm talking with people. So when that happens, don't take it personally, please. Sometimes people take it way too personally and get really mad with me, and I'm like, I'm sorry. It also doesn't happen very often, fortunately. Well, I take your superior dwarven engineering and raise you human stupidity. Humans can destroy anything with enough dumb. I mean, technically, I think the most recent version of the save is downloadable. You really want to look. That should be it. Well, that should be last week's, which I think had the same problem. Well, maybe 2 weeks ago, actually. So maybe not. It's okay. We'll consider it like an advanced form of dwarven PTSD. They're refusing to mass carry dwarven corpses because it's terrifying. It depends on whether or not we're in a Merble. Also, Von Roland, if you're still here, I really don't like the good old days. I know some people think back on them in a reminiscent way, but it's been a source of so much harassment for me, I just kind of avoid it these days. You threw that in at a really bad time. Here's the reality of Dwarf Fortress, I are stupid. Dwarf Fortress will always have bugs. It's just the nature of the game. It's just a matter of how severe they are. Every update and every version will introduce their own list of new stupid ways for the game to break itself. It's virtually impossible to be bug-free. You're at the red flag. What a race. Right? It's great because nobody's dead. Otherwise, it would have been a shit race. But nobody died, so great race. Fucking best race of the year. God damn. We'll make a specifically corpses stockpile. Take your small percentage of 24.77. That's probably like maybe 18 cents. We used to get like fucking 15% off those Sinova, and then they're like, yeah, we don't want to do that anymore. So now we get such a small percentage, it might as well not even matter. But thank you. Also, Sinova, I've been roped into having to do a lot of shit tonight, so probably can't play games this week. Just a heads up. Do I have DF fan gear? They owe me a drawing, but I don't really buy merch. Yeah, sorry. I'll have to be next week. It's just really frustrating because it makes mass dumping objects a fuckload harder. But oh well. Looks like we dealt with the ghost though. I mean, here's the thing. In reality, you probably can't help, right? But if it's a bug, then at least I know. And that would be nice to know, if it is a bug. Yeah, no, games like Dwarf Fortress will be buggy forever. They can make it look pretty, but it's never going to be bug-free. It's just that style of game. But the bugs are partly what give it its charm, and they're usually hilarious in hindsight. They're just not funny at the time. Like, everybody goes on and on and on about how amazing the cat explosions and cats drowning in alcohol bugs are. They're not funny in the slightest if you had to deal with them. Like, having to deal with those is rage-inducing, anger-inducing, run-ending, fort-killing, horrible bugs that will waste a lot of your time. But you tell stories about them and everybody's like, oh my god, this is so funny. There's a freaking Gorlak in my fort. Hi there, Mr. Gorlak. The hell did you come from? Just walked in, I guess. And out the front door. Okay. Oh, in hindsight, it's amazing. Just like the most recent one, which was the babies mind controlling their mothers. Like, I've had so many people, like, laugh hysterically. I don't know if it's friendly. I think it's just wild. I think it's just a wild animal. But it didn't attack anybody. It just kind of walked out. Huh. Yeah, he's just leaving. Bye. But like the babies mind controlling their mothers until they starved to death was a horrendous bug. And I've made people laugh hysterically describing it to people. But like in hindsight, it's really funny. It was literally game breaking. No, he's leaving the map, I think. Yeah, he's in the middle of the beach. It's kind of hard to see on the sand, but... That little G moving. Let's see if he leaves the map. Bye. Yeah, he left the map. All right. We're at Gorlak Highway, apparently. Oh, yeah, the cart bug? The cart bug is funny because it's exactly the same problem that Gandhi has in Civilization. So Gandhi has that famous bug where he's so peaceful he eventually just nukes everybody, right? Because he goes into the negative and spikes up to the highest possible aggression, right? Yeah, he's going out to play adventure mode, right? He's going to come back as an adventurer. It's a pity he didn't have a name. Anyway, it's... You need to click leave to download? Huh. Google Drive is special. But yeah, no, it's interesting because it was the exact same problem, except it was with their strength modifiers. So the problem was they had very low... They had no cap on their strength, essentially. So they would just swim, 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 swim. And as they're swimming, they're building up strength. And the more they swam, the stronger they got. And the stronger they got, the more dangerous they were. And then a dwarf would try and, like, pull the thing out. The Google Drive fails to zip all the files. I had no problem downloading it. I don't know. No, I don't. And even if I did, I wouldn't be able to upload it because it would literally crash my stream. I've tried to upload stuff to Google Drive before. It doesn't just drop frames. It takes my stream offline. So I can't do that, unfortunately. No, I don't have a zip of it. Because I just upload it straight and people haven't had any problems. But next time I upload it, I can just zip it. Although I think Google Drive will still zip it. You use the smiley again. Go into your settings and change it. I really wish I could make... No, it's fine. I really wish that I could make my chat default to a specific smiley. That would be a really nice feature for Twitch, but... You didn't need to do that. Oh, but... Is that face emoji Zuckerberg? Basically... Come on, Hobo. 1 second was necessary. Maybe. Maybe. There you go. It's been removed. I keep trying to remember. I mean, you could just change it in your settings. Stare into its eyes long enough and you'll start to realize it stares into your soul. I find it rage-inducing. It's like the equivalent of sticking your finger up your nose and going "Nee" at somebody. It's like having Mark Zuckerberg, which is actually a really good way of describing it, telling you that you're going to die in a fire and there's nothing you can do about it. The smiley. It's Twitch's fault. They made a shit smiley. I'm not the only streamer who feels that way. I'm just one of the few that actually talks about it. Yeah, dude, I'd rather you use Nap Smug because at least there's a degree of sarcasm to it. That's a good smiley. Twitch has good smileys. You just need to change them in your settings. But, like, if you're using it in a sarcastic sense, it's funny. I mean, that's just Kappa. Kappa's great. It means you're being sarcastic, and I get it. It's a yoke. I'm ready to make a fried egg. I like a good joke. You know, whenever I see that emote, Spitalier, I freak out momentarily because I think I'm getting raided by Shen. It's like, oh, okay, no, we're fine. It's been a long time since I've been graced by the presence of Daddy Shen, though. Oh, great. Speaking of problems, the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fort. They're strange dwarves, for they are riding horses. Or have horses? I don't think they're riding them. Yeah, they just have horses. For some reason. I really, really, really hope that that door is lockable. It's not. Okay, so we need to build a wall. Right here. Because that door has a troll corpse in it. So I can't lock it. Even that is better than Smiley. Fish Molly's a classic. Stoned Hobo is the Hammerdorf mod. Nah, he's just a hobo in a cardboard box, and you know, we buy him new cardboard boxes from Amazon Prime to live in, and he lives here, and it's all good. I think he may or may not be in possession of a waffle bat though, so be careful. Well, there's Axon outside, dying. He's currently getting attacked by a undead owl. Crochet. A cricket bat? Really? I might have to fight them in a hallway I don't want to fight them in. I might have to fight them in a hallway I don't want to fight them in. Let's just fucking use iron bars because I know where they can get those. Lull is much better. This is bad. I mean, it's not bad, but it's going to be a pain in the ass to clean up. Where'd they all go? Oh, they're just laying siege. What the heck just startled them? Oh, they went and killed Axon, of course. But why did they all just scatter like that? What the hell? Thank you, Hobo. I guess the siege is over. They showed up and murdered Axon and fucked off. Okay. I mean, I didn't mean to just add another burrow, but I will delete that. Sure. Yeah, no, they killed Axon and left. Skulls are pretty good. We also have a comfy dwarf, which works great as a smile. But seriously, Hobo, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Dion DF. And sorry for all the stupidness. Out of all of my dumb hills to die on, I concede that is a dumb hill to die on. Let's try and get these bodies out of here. We'll be back if I'm still streaming. I'll be on for at least another 4 to 5 hours. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for 30 days. That's the real bonus of being subbed, honestly. Speaking of food, since that siege is over, it is 1 p.m. I'm just going to hope that they clean bodies up, and I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'm going to go grab me my sandwich, and I will be back in a couple of minutes. Anything terrible happens, the game will pause itself. But before I do that, I will just click this button, go over to this, and we're gonna raise another goblin spot, and hopefully they're able to get stuff cleaned up. There's a ghost in my corpse pile. There's a ghost in my corpse pile, that's a problem. There's a ghost in my corpse pile, I don't like it very much. There's a ghost in my corpse pile. Oh, well, slab's engraved. Just need to place the slab, it seems. Few slabs, actually, I need to place. Well, I can get those done. Using a VPN allowed you to download the save? Go, goal. You're stupid. All right, I will be back in a moment. Full gameplay? Do you remember what is the name of the font is? Yeah, it's the tile set that Renee just put in chat. Space. All right, anyway, I'll be back in a mo. So I just realized I hit my sub goal. That means I get the sub. We must have hit that the other day, actually. So cheers. Just punching some things in on my phone. I spotted some fungi. Some mushrooms that sprouted up in my garden. I will be posting a picture on Discord momentarily and off topic if anybody wants to see them. Anyone can identify them, I'd be curious. They weren't there this morning, so they popped up mighty fast. No problem. Enjoy those stupid skulls. You're here all the time. Oh, and the ad-free viewing. So the sub goal has been bumped up to 245 instead of 225. No, I do not. I don't have any edible fungus. In fact, they'd probably kill me if I tried to eat them. So I very much shouldn't try to eat them. That would be a very, 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 very stupid idea. And the game just crashed. Cool. The caravan arrived and just noped the fuck up. Yeah, it must have been from like I think it happened during that save file, but it was later in the stream, not at the beginning. Maybe the crash fixed it. I doubt it. We lost like 15 seconds of time. We lost almost nothing. Hey, Magna. Nope. Beat you to it, screw it. It did not highlight them. I can show you. You can't hear it, but I'm spamming D. I can spam F, spam D. All right. Let's lock the doors underground. I wonder if Axon will live in this alternate timeline. I mean, even if you can fix it with DF hack, I don't have DF hack installed, and I'm not going to use DF hack to fix it. So it's a bug I get to live with. So don't worry about it. Oh, poor Axon. I guess you're just shafted then. Area's not forbidden, you dupe. Well, I mean, technically it is, but... Oh, never mind. That was a different forbidden area. Cool. Okay, it's done. We get to fight these goblins again. Yeah, that would make sense, Dion. Huh? Damn, that's a huge cluster of them. Really now? You want a gold door for your dining room? Do I even have gold? Oh, I do. We can make that happen. Make him the shittiest gold door imaginable. Yeah, we'll make him the gold door he gets. And he's gonna like it. So I feel like horses are a little panicky. They tend to panic and just leave the map at the slightest little thing. What is this massive mosh pit? It's a siege of horse-mounted dwarves. Is what it is. Dwarf Fortress doesn't really have those. Also, I get to fight them in a hallway I don't want to fight them in. I mean, not when you're trying to fight against the horses. Then they're pretty nice, to be honest. I'm just waiting for them to actually come into the fort. Then we will fight them in the upper hallway. They're moving, though. I couldn't cave that in. Besides, how the heck would you actually weaponize that? You'd have to dig up, and then they'd pass towards you, and they'd kill you. So my farmers are just kind of farming over there. Here comes a horse. Hopefully here comes my military. Anytime this week, they're just like, oh god, horse! Horse is going to come back over to us. Hey, we constructed a gold door. And horse is now probably, dead. All right, here come the goblins. Or not goblins. Dwarves. Yeah, that. And here goes my military. Reliant 12 is up at the front. Haven't quite poked their head around the corner, and here go my dwarves. Oh, man. It's going to be a slaughterhouse for kind of both of us, I think. There's martial trances on both sides. This went better the last time. Although, that being said, not exactly going bad. Let's follow a named dwarf that I care about. How about Stone, the sword master? Never mind. How about not Stone? Because he's not even in position yet. How about Yudos Kush, who's not where he's supposed to be. All right, you know what? Fuck it. We'll follow War Merchant, who's up in the thick of things. Dwarves will die? Yeah, there is no way around that. That is a fact. It's so hard to tell who's the casualties and who isn't. Well, there they all go. That's going to be one stinky hallway. You're back. Did you miss anything? Well, the game crashed. Doesn't usually happen. So I got to redo that fight, except the fight actually happened this time, instead of them just kind of running away for no reason. So we're going to try and deal with these corpses quickly. Although, we didn't lose any dwarves, so that's good. So yeah, nothing major. Just a rare game crash. Although this save's a little quirky. Uh-oh. No, never mind. I thought I saw a tantrum. Just those dang gold goblets. All right, so you want a gold door to your dining room. That means I go over here, remove that door, and caravan has arrived and I haven't opened my gate yet. Well, butts. Is there a living screw in the fort? No. There is not. Would the currently living screw have any preferences as to what kind of screw would like to be? Maybe don't bring all of the food. Bring a bunch of it. Also bring some meat pots and some plants. And make more pot. Rock. 150, I guess. Bunch of them. Make you a depressed asshole? So half the fort? Alright, I'll make you this goblin. Screwy. There you go. The goblin's screwy. Over the long term has been under a great deal of stress. Wants to pray. Wants to practice martial art. Wants decent meals. Doesn't feel anything after giving somebody water. Alarmed after seeing somebody die. Sympathy after laying somebody to rest in bed. You're assigned to doctor jobs, if I remember correctly. Personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum. Finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Sees power over others as something to strive for. Values loyalty and dreams of ruling the world. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Never feels discouraged and never becomes angry. Does not generally respond to emotional appeals and has an overinflated sense of self-worth. Yeah, sounds like an asshole. He's brave in the face of imminent danger and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one to come to pass. You know, honestly, actually, you're kind of an asshole, but you're going to be kind of an asshole who's now kind of an asshole in the military. So please don't tantrum more than you need to, Goblin. because you will just get insta-killed. I don't think this goblin's tantrumed too much. There is one goblin who's been in prison for like weeks. Become a noble? There's two they can have. There's dreaming of ruling the world, which is basically, I want to be a king or a necromancer lord or in charge of a fortress, basically. And then there's attaining a rank in society, which is just become a noble or a militia commander or something. I actually quite like the dreams of ruling the world goal. I think it's an interesting one. And Salon the Stone Crafter has claimed a craftsdwarf shop. And I've got the wrong dwarf active. Where did you go? And someone else is throwing a tantrum. There you are. This isn't a soundtrack I listen to very often. Or how good it is for dwarfs. Divinity, Original Sin 2. Yeah, the problem with ruling the world is it's like way more of a pain in the ass than it's worth. Hey, Matt. We should give you a dwarf. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Those dumb dwarves. Although you're a legendary carpenter. Dreams of mastering a skill. Prefers to be alone and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Doesn't think of himself as trusting. And you can be a crafts dwarf. Is comfortable around others that are different from herself. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Well, I can give you all of the healthcare jobs and stonecrafting. Because I need both those. You dream of mastering a skill. Incredibly calm. Can handle stress. Has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. Does not tend to reveal personal information. Tends to be swayed by emotions of others. And does not go out of his way to help others. And has little interest in joking around. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally finds following tradition foolish. And limiting. And values artwork. And his name is Maximus. By the way, if you guys don't know, Maximus is my cousin in real life. He's killed 5 humans! Holy shit, in Feed Bean. Murderer, despite the danger. Yeah, the fact that it's a resurrecting biome and there's an undead forgotten beast in the basement. Yeah, despite the danger, damn it. Yeah, maybe we can fix that door. Well, it's not that we need to reinstall the door. It's that there's a dead, mangled corpse of a troll in the door that we need to scrape off the pavement in order to be able to close the door. So it's not that we don't have the door that's the problem. It's not that we need to fix the door. The door is fine. It's just a little gunked up right now. Also, if anybody wants to watch a video of me mumbling about like a maniac while not entirely sober at 11:30 at night talking about why I love systems-driven games and why Baseball is cool, that is a thing I made. I'm still trying to figure out if it's good or not. I've had people tell me that it's good. I don't know if I believe them. But it's a thing that I made, so. And we're going to put you in the military. You're a competent Marks dwarf. Well, you're going to learn how to be a swords dwarf, probably. Does it explain what it's about? You can explain it in 2 sentences. It's a virtual betting simulator that you bet on algorithms that play out virtual baseball if baseball was blood sports. Baseball if baseball was a blood sport. That's all it is. But all of the players have their own stats, and have interactions. And it's built a compelling enough narrative that the wiki is bonkers. And the next season starts on Monday at noon Pacific. Because Sunday is like postseason. So playoffs happen on Saturday. And you pick a local team or whatever team sounds cool if you don't have a local one. And yeah, it's just extremely stupid. It's like a bunch of people knew nothing about baseball and made a baseball betting simulator. And I mean, it's cool enough that Tarn Adams is playing it. So also, so is Jason and Brian of Caves of Cud. So definitely worth poking. At least that's my argument. I mean, Tarn is supposedly a follower of the Seattle Garages. I personally am cheering for the Canadian Moist Talkers. I streamed it for 8 hours. Just commentating games. Although there's no games happening right now, and it makes me sad. Mine's helping others emotionally rewarding. Right. Already read you. But you? What's with all of these woodcutters? Are they trying to tell me something? Finds a chaotic mess preferable to harmonious living. Takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance. Only has fleeting, rare emotional bonds with others. Doesn't cling tightly to ideals. Open changing his mind. Doesn't have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Likes to brawl. Join the military! Wow, okay. You've killed 2 named dwarves. Don't say it, spray it, screw it. Doesn't handle stress well. Well, I don't need any fishing dwarves. I'll give you stone crafting and leatherworking. It's funny that you say that because I was watching F1 this morning. But that's just my rich boy soap operas, so totally different from sports. And Solon has begun a mysterious construction. Where you picked up quartzite, orange wood logs, gizzard stones, gross, and coffee wood logs, 2 of them, and an iron bar, and rough crystal barrels, and raw green glass. It's an oddly specific set of things. There's a gold door in your dining room, you needy twat. Oh, they haven't placed it yet. That would be why. Needs furniture hauling. Right. Well, we're just waiting for somebody to put that gold door in place. Because they haven't been able to catch a single fish in the entire time I've been in this fort. So they're just wasting time outside. Even in the ocean, oddly enough. All right, it's time to send another squad out. Let's also send the Flying Heads and the Sharp Ale. I'm going to send all 3 squads out. Best of luck, dwarves. Blayball? It's Blaceball. Not Blayball. Like Blase Ball. Blasu Ball. It's like blaze as in like smoke weed every day. I don't think I've ever seen a miner grow attached to a pick. Also, Danuj, the ghostly mace dwarf, has risen and is haunting the fort. Soundtrack's better than I remember. Out of curiosity, who here has been playing Wasteland 3? And how is it? I'm kind of like feeling like maybe now is the time that Wasteland 3 is out that I finally sit down and actually play Wasteland 2. Blazes with the Z? Yes. Well, it's like that. It's not exactly like that. It's just like that. Solon the Stonecrafter has created Nykat Estot, a quartzite crown. Claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Moses Glazorgans. Moses Glazorgans. Previous royalty in this world. 45,600 is the value. This is a long one. This is a quartzite crown. All crafts dwarf is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of cushioned claystone cabochons and pear-cut green glass gems, and spikes of quartzite. On the item is an image of a round, I need to burp really bad, brilliant cut gem in coffee wood. On the item is an image of Dawn God, the green glass floodgate, in coffee wood. On the item is an image of dwarves in iron. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Giltbold by the silver stable crypt of the Vessel of Artifice in 156. On the item is an image in Christabarrel. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Crypt Abbey in the Coastal Guild and the Vessel of Artifice in the early spring of 250. That's a cool one. I like that one. Simple, but I like it. We shall add it to the artifact hold. Apparently I have an artifact silk rope that I never put in here. There's a ghost in my library. Great. And a diorite scepter. I love all of the self-titled artifacts. Yeah, we'll just let them do that. Give it to the last big mayor. Well, the mayor is our Gobbo. Who, by the way, you still want a gold door in your dining room. Do you want it physically in your dining room? Okay, I guess you physically want the gold door in the dining room. All right, fine. I thought you wanted it as part of the door into the dining room. Now we have many crowns, and they all go down into the hold, in the vault, with the rest of the crowns. All right. You're conducting a meeting. We're excited, remembering, performing. Yeah, our mayor is a Gobbo. Squug. Who is actually a Lord Consort of the faction that we are at war with, which I think is very interesting. I see it as like a form of rebellion. There you go. You now have a door in your dining room. He wants it in the dining room. Not as the entrance to the dining room. He wants it in the dining room. He was very specific about that. Okay, I'm going to replace Blood. So Blood is my broker slash bookkeeper. You can retain the job of bookkeeper, but I need somebody else to have this goddamn job because you are terrible at it. I'm so sorry. By that, I mean he's super depressed all the time and is physically incapable of leaving a room. You won at Blaseball? Really? You had enough money to win? Today I learned that's possible. Does it tell you what the peanuts do? But yeah, Sycon, it's going well. I hope that you're doing well as well. And if you haven't seen it yet, new today Indoor Fortress is up, as well as some other dumb shit. Oh, you had enough money that they took all of your money? Clap. Good job. How much money did you have? I'm very proud of you. That's a smelly fucking hallway. 99,000. What? How the... I've never had more than, like, a couple thousand. One way to go get a whole bunch of stuff out of there. Now they're not even dumping the corpses. Let's try remaking the dumping zone. What the zilch? Heavy helmets and others have returned. Or the... We went in with a large positional advantage. I've got more peanuts than you. With 11 trolls and dreadful dust, we'd clash with 11 trolls. Fog clashed with 21, slaying 10. Yeah, looks like there was just a couple trolls hanging out at this one. They're all dead. Well, majority of them are. Spot is gone. Brought back no loot. Probably was no loot worth bringing back. But yeah, congratulations. You're better at Blaseball than me. Really need to make a new Cofton. Cofton? Coffin. Cofton. It's a weird sounding sentence. They're having the monthly meeting outside. I can hear a bunch of people talking. They used to always hold them inside, but now they hold them outside because of COVID reasons. Immediately slips into depression. Yeah, it's just normal dwarf things. Have we traded yet? Wait, Bravod. I realize you're the broker, but you have one job right now. I mean, don't stop. Never stop. We are all love Blaseball. There's always another month of Blaseball. One doesn't simply stop playing baseball. You just simply take a break for a while. All right, broker. Why? Oh, are they leaving? Yeah, they're leaving. Meditate on hunting. All right, let's try and get those trolls scraped out of that doorway. Hopefully. We've got a crime being reported. Oh god, I've actually had a bunch of crimes committed. Yeah, the only issue I really have with this fort is it's kind of a mess for people who haven't seen it before. All right. You know what I'm going to try and do? Let's see if I can sneak into the fortress of Dwarf. Send in the heavy helmets. Actually, I wonder. Try demanding a one-time tribute. Let's see what happens. We're going to go demand a one-time tribute from Bobette. See what Bobette does. Probably will just be like, no, and then they'll come home sad. But, like, I want to know. I would really like to know. What do you guys think Bobette's going to do? Yeah, now they're just like not dumping stuff at all. Like all this stuff's been set to dump, but they're just not doing it. It's kind of really frustrating. Yeah, that Bobette. You know, what do you guys think? Do you guys think it's time to re-embark as the Vessel of Artifice in a new spot? And maybe RP as like a forward operating base from this? Because this is our stronghold, right? This is a hell of a stronghold. This is a grand fortress. Like, nothing can get past our impenetrable defense. But, like, this corpse dumping problem is a real problem. I really wanted to make that goblin into royalty, but, like, he's also just, like, hanging out here, eternally conducting meetings. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it time to retire this fort? Because if we were to retire this fort, like, let's think about this, right? Because the goal for this world is to still take Dwarf, right? We could start a fortress that's like right here. Like up close and personal to that thing. And then just hammer it. We are in an evil biome, so I'd rather not, actually, Astro. I don't find evil biomes fun. Yeah, this is a resurrecting biome currently. So I'd really rather not. Especially if I'm focusing on trying to fight something. I'd want to just be close to it. I mean, I could do like down here in the prairies or like somewhere in these mountains or even like near one of those dead. Because in Dwarf Fortress, there really isn't difficulty. Like, all the biomes are around the same difficulty. The only thing that really changes from biome to biome is how you go about finding that difficulty. Like, any particular run can be as hard or as easy as you want. If you want it to be hard, just go attack a bunch of people. That's how to actually make it hard. You'd love to see the start of a fresh fort? I mean, like I said, like we've been in this fort for weeks. And this was the first fort in this world. Here's the thing. I can't plan for that, right? Tapioca? I can't plan for that. So I can't just be like, I want to do this. Also, I've literally spent 8 weeks in a resurrecting evil biome. Like, it's not obvious, but this is an evil biome. Right? And that's why we kept getting attacked by undead wild boars, and that's the reason there's an undead forgotten beast in the basement. So, which actually isn't in my screen right now. Do you have many unhappy ones? I don't understand that question. And really, what are you referring to? You referring to dwarves? Have you been watching? Because yes, there's plenty of unhappy dwarves. This isn't one of the forts you've been following too closely. Fair enough. Yes, we've had problems with tantrums. And the reason we're having problems with tantrums is because I'm unable to remove these corpses. And frankly, I'm fucking tired of it. This is the fort that has the Goblin Mayor that I've made a bunch of Today in Dwarf Fortresses about. I don't know if that rings a bell. But we'll see what that squad does. And then we'll retire this fort. They will migrate? Yeah, I know. That's fine. You say that like it's a bad thing. We can just expel them. Tight. I have no problem. Here's the actual issue with this fort. The actual issue with this fort is the bodies problem. They're not hauling them. And we argued about this earlier today. They're not hauling them, and there's seemingly nothing I can do. So we went to go demand tribute from Bobette. And they fought back. Seems like my dwarves all escaped unscathed. And that's it. Oh, nope. Burr died. Which is okay. By a human, really? Alright. So we went and demanded... I'm just going to tell you right now, Tapioca. If I can't, on demand, haul corpses somewhere, I do not have a method of getting rid of them. Unless I were to pump magma from the undergrounds, which frankly, I'm not willing to do. Okay, so stop suggesting things. This corpse problem isn't something I'm willing to deal with in this fortress. Okay? So just stop suggesting things. Like, yes, I could bring magma up and burn them, but I still need to get them somewhere. Throw things at the wall and see what sticks. I mean, there are things that can work, yes, but then I'd have to make a pump stack of, oh, I don't know, like at least 120 layers. I don't have the iron to do that because it's sparse minerals. I don't have any magma-safe rock, and I still can't tell them to put corpses in a specific place outside of stockpiles because they're not dumping corpses. And we're getting raided 3 times to 4 times a year. 5 1 year. So, no, magma's not really an option. So what we're going to do is... The goal for this faction is to reclaim Diverse, this big, colossal beast that's running it. So we're going to just say, in my mind, so I have to justify this to my mind. Well, I mean, there will be a new biome, because it won't be an evil biome, Astro. It will be new characters. It will be a new-ish theme. The new theme, instead of build a massive base, is going to be, let's build a forward operating base focused on military. Let's move. Retire for the time being. Maybe we'll come back in the future. I don't really have any interest in mods, no. Almost none. There are types of games where I am very interested in mods, and then there are types of games where I could care less. And this is one of those games where I could care less. There's plenty in the game. I don't need to add more. I don't need to remove stability. I can see that being entertaining for some people, but frankly... You had one, but they died. Mantis. Sorry that, like, it's a little bit tricky for some people to keep track of multiple forts, but, like, I kind of need multiple forts just to remain sane. So let's start a new fortress. You don't really want to ask if you already have one? Yeah, that's fine. But we're all fair game now. That's fell through for now? Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Boring cousin of Bane. And Vayne, when they get dirty, they're a pretty good band. Yeah, that sounds like a mess. I'm good. So we're sticking with the Vessel of Artifice, same faction. We are at war with... elves and goblins, and we're sticking to the same part of the world. Same part of the world being, well, this is our old fort right here, to be clear. Also, this world has a cobalt castle. I want to say is one of these. Yeah, it's this one. The kobolds have taken over several castles in this world, so the humans are pansies. Now it's just a matter of where we actually settle. Getting a lot of deep metal. Cobalt's more like bull bolts. Like some shallow metals if possible. I'll take deep metals only if that's all I'm given, but... Oh, there we go. What are we close to? At war with gobs? That's acceptable, I think. That's not the button I wanted to hit. How do I delete those again? Delete. There we go. They didn't delete it. Come on, delete it. There you go. Oh, I see why things aren't working. It's because I have caps lock turned on. That would do it. So that'll give us a light aquifer, shallow metal, deep metal, and a flax stone layer. which is what we need. We're actually going to do any fighting. Well, for gold, yeah. I mean, well, gold isn't exactly the most helpful with combat. It's helpful for economy, but... Holy shit, there's a lot of elves up here. I never realized. It's a pretty large world, and we've spent most of our time down in this one small corner of it, just kind of ignoring the rest of it. Only a single tropical freshwater marsh. But it's pretty. Yeah, but that's not the goal of this fort. I want to retake a fucking fortress with a demon that is OP as hell. That has 10,000 kills to its name. My other fort. Now that's the one to go looking for pretty rocks. We got lots of time in the 1,000-year fort. Yet all I have is mudstone. Kind of ironic, really. I kind of wish that this had shallow metal, but, like, this is a neat spot. It's pretty steep, too. Thanks, Captain Obvious. Yes, we need iron. But even if I don't get iron, we're okay. I can make it work. You don't need iron, but iron is ideal. You can make do with tetrahedrite. We can go get candy. Those are kind of our options. Can you... I know you can war train elephants, but can you war train lions? I don't believe I've ever actually had a lion. At least I've never looked. Well, I mean, this would be fun because we could do water defenses. Because we're not getting really invaded by zombies at all. So I could build a big old drowner trapper. Hey, Epion. How's things, man? Oh, same. Elephants are OP. I know you can war train elephants. Totally can? Okay, yeah, I've never tried to war train a lion before, I guess. Oh, that's coming out tomorrow. Well, I guess I'm streaming Jupiter Hell all day tomorrow, then. For those of you who don't know, Epion CF in chat is the mind behind Jupiter Hell. So you should type an exclamation point hell and go buy his video game. Giant lions too? You can't war train hippos. Well, that's logical. I like this spot. Because it puts us on a stream, which gives us access to fun stuff. Nightmare difficulty. That's what you have to look forward to. But check this out. Look at how steep this is. So there's actually pretty high cliffs. Yes. I mean, you can breed any animals. I'm trying to figure out in my other fort if you can breed fluffy wamblers. But we have deep metal and a flux stone layer. So we could tunnel pretty heavily, dig into the... unleash the kind of underwhelming force of nothing. Might as well train battle cats. And gibbing. That's what I'm excited for. Gibbing. Gibbing. If you overkill something at close range, it makes them go splat. Advanced amps if you manage to finish them before tomorrow. Good shit. So since Tarn had Caves of Cud people on DF Talk, when are we going to get you on DF Talk? You know what? Screw it. I'm just staring at it. Prepare carefully. Because they had Caves of Cud people on the last episode. Which was interesting to listen to the half that I've listened to. I've slept too much the past few days. I'm confused as to what game we're talking about. I'm assuming you're talking about Jupiter Hill. Oh, like kill them. That would actually be a really interesting, like, specific room where there's just like a whole bunch of soldiers, and if you kill them and don't gib them, then they turn into a zombie and you have to kill them again. Yeah, but all of a sudden, Jupiter Hell is one of the few roguelikes with a premium tile set running. Done watching the race. Holy shit, right? Well, I'm just a genius then. Not like you... I've had 2 hours of sleep. I didn't have Discord up, so... Yeah, well, I like science. I don't care about Stroll. Go to sleep? No, you. You're not my mother. Last I checked, I'm streaming. So, if someone tips me $100, I will end this stream right now, start this fort tomorrow, and go to bed. Well, next week, actually. But no, I will finish my shift, damn it. Yeah, it cracked me up a little bit. It's sad. I was really, really hoping that Williams would get points. But anyway, the Warm Fortification. It's like a really good volcano fort name. Okay. Well, I don't like it when people tell me to go to bed. You're not my mother. I'm an adult and I'm capable of taking care of myself. And the occasional day where, you know, you have a little bit of insomnia and you stay up super late working on a thing, drink a lot of coffee and just power through the next day is fine. As long as you don't, you know, stay up until tomorrow. I mean, that's just stupid and self-destructive. And good thing I don't know you in person or I would slap you. The Warm Butcher. Butterfly. Buzzard camps. Oh, it's not insomnia. To be clear, I never said I had insomnia. I super duper 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 overslept on Friday. Slept for a total of about 16 hours and wasn't tired when it was time for bed. And tried to go to sleep for about 2 hours, gave up, got up, made a video, then went back to bed for 2 hours, woke up, watched an F1 race, drank a bunch of coffee, and here I am. I'm perfectly fine. All right? I'm perfectly fine. Don't worry about me. I'll be all right. But if you actually want me to go away, fucking pay me to. It's like telling someone to go home from work early because they didn't get a good night's sleep. It's like, no. I'd like to stay here and get paid, thanks. Unassumed? Nah, it's all good. I don't know. Well, your guys, I guess, have the fortunate reality of having an employer. I'm a contract worker that works off of tips. So it's not that special. But that isn't relevant, nice, or even remotely important to this situation. You're just being an ass by saying that. Like, yeah, it's not that special. Well, fuck you, it's not that special. I don't have that luxury. I'm here to be entertained by you just as much as you're here to be entertained by me. Okay? I'm here because I want to be. If I was too tired to stream, I wouldn't be streaming. And I don't need you guys to tell me and order me and justify it and tell me to go to bed. So I'm not going to. If you don't like me streaming, you can shush. Okay? Now, can we enjoy this process together, or do I have to time people out for longer? You're poking. I'm... Put yourself in my shoes and read what you said. And I'm going to name a fortress. I mean, you're fine. I'm not mad at you. I'm more just disappointed. A lot of people confuse anger and disappointment. The creepy, crazy, cross, false, evil, ever-seeing, everlasting. No, it's too permanent. Fragile? Nah. Too Death Stranding. Heroic? Hideous? Hateful? Hairy? Okay, now that one just fucking bit. Now you're just being a cunt. Mangy, mellow, mighty, muddy, musical, mysterious, mythical. New? I mean, yeah, it will be new. Looking for a good adjective. What's something with trifling or trifle? How about the trim chambers? The null chambers? I don't know how that works. Trifling? I don't see it. Oh, it's an adjective? Yeah, I'm not going with null. I quite like trim. I mean, who doesn't like a good tight chamber? I try really hard to not make my dwarven fort names innuendos, because then I never hear the end of it. The jokes are really funny for 5 minutes. The just chambers? Maybe. The greatest chambers. I mean, I don't even need to use the word chambers. The hollow chambers. No. Yeah. I like to make my forts sound cool, not stupid. Trifle killer? Oh, that's why you wanted the word trifle. You know, we could go with the hollow chambers for our group name. Babette Vengouche, Trifle Killers. Well, Bobette is the name of the skunk monster that we were trying to kill. So it's fitting. Oh, that is the group name. Durr. I thought I was in the fort name. All right, well, let's just do this again. Trifle. Killers. This is confusing. The trim chambers, or hollow. That's what we were going to go with, right? So hollow chambers is the group name. The fort name is Trifle Killers. Babette Vengouche. And our symbol. Well, obviously it's going to be a historical creature. Action or relationship. An image of Babette the Dark Tragedies, the skunk monster, is being shot. Nah, I'm going with hollow chambers. Django. I like hollow. Hollow's fitting. Because vengeance never leaves you solid. A bit? Poor Bobette? Hold on a second. Bobette needs to die in a fire. Tens of thousands. Stone. Bobette has 4,800 notable kills and 6,000 other kills last time I checked. So... no problemo. It's the thing we're trying to kill and the fort we're trying to reclaim is burning. Can I make like a fortress? Is that an option? Or castle? I don't think so. What's the word for industrious? That would be a stone question. Maybe you can make a fortification. Four-pointed star, no. Nope. Carving fork. Yeah, the plushie line is gonna be out sooner rather than later. Also, to be clear, I do appreciate the concern about my health, but I really hate it when people I don't know try to treat me like a child and tell me what to do. My independence and ability to be an adult is something that it's kind of the only thing I really have. So being ordered to do a thing is always going to get a negative response from me. Just to be clear. So it's nothing that I have personally against any of you. And I do appreciate the concern about the lack of sleep, but I'm going to work regardless. And if it's not streaming, it's on videos. So it's like the equivalent of you saying go away. And when you don't even get paid by the hour and your job is purely based off of luck in many ways and the kindness of other people, you think about work very differently than a lot of people. So just because you may be in a situation where it's perfectly financially acceptable to call it a day early and go home or leave or stop working, not everybody is in that privileged position. I've been in that position in the past in other jobs I've had. But as a content creator, I don't get that privilege. So I've already taken an extra day off this week. And frankly, I feel fine. And if you want to order me to leave early, just realize what you're saying. Walls? I don't think walls are an option. I mean, I could make like squares or like a prism or something and call it a fortress. Because like I could go to shape or an object. I think that's an instrument. Eight-sided long, eight-sided prism, four-sided long, eight-sided prism. Oopsies. Why do I keep going down to that one? I mean, we could make a square and say that the square is burning and just say that it's an abstract fortress. Mm-hmm. Square of blocks. What do you mean square of blocks? Oops. Yeah, there's no block. But I could do a square, square brilliant cut gem, or a square cut gem. So I don't think I can do blocks. Could add a cloud or a circle. Oh, I see what you mean. What the heck is a Poco Gotchivus block? Sure, we'll do blocks. I mean, if I do, say, 1,000 blocks, could we call that like a fortress? Sounds like a block from a cobalt press cake. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with how that stuff works. The square is impaled on. Contemplating, cooking, cringing, dead, divorcing, embracing. Is offended, terrified, unnaturally contorted, torturing, suffering, smeared out in a spiral, screaming, melting. I don't like this. Okay, let's try this again. First off, let's change the name of it. And we'll call it the same name as our fortress, right? So we can call it the Babette Killers. Trifle. Killers. Okay, so Trifle Killers is the name of our object. Historical figure. Babette. The Dark Tragedies. Yeah, same world, new embark. I was running into some annoying bugs with the community save to do with bodies not getting hauled. I'm convinced it's because there was too many different kinds of bodies and probably something to do with that. I don't really care to mess around with it. I just kind of gave up. It's kind of tantrumy anyway. So we're starting a new fort with the same goal of taking over Dive Earth, where the skunk monster lives. I'll just say this, Grust. We did literally everything. Twice, at least. So, TLDR, we had like 4. Actually, I had like 4. I don't know how many you have. Oh, trust me, it was. Just don't even worry about it. They were hauling bodies just fine. I couldn't dump them and put them into my garbage pile. Not a refuse or corpse pile. Garbage pile. Zone to crush them. Couldn't dump them. So, gave up. Anyway. I was getting bored of that fortress anyway. Okay, so we'll call the blocks a fortress. The blocks are burning. I do like a sword or something that Bobette's impaled on. Maybe make Bobette strike a pose or something. I don't know. Should we go like full-on violence? How about this? Creature. Dwarf. 1. The dwarf is fighting with Bobette. So this is an image of Bobette Dredge Ditches, the dark tragedies of the skunk monster, blocks, and a dwarf. The blocks are burning. The dwarf is fighting with Bobette Dredge Ditches, the dark tragedies. I mean, I've certainly had no problems doing it in the past, but when it suddenly stops working without me changing anything, and I assume something is broken. Dwarves are cooking the blocks would be a good symbol. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be doing ceramics, but yeah, you're right. I think you can just make clay in objects. I don't know. Is there anything else we should add to this? Dwarf is fighting with Bobbet. Blocks are burning. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, no, I was like, wait, that's... It just took me a second to realize that that isn't relevant to this particular fort, but still an interesting thought, and I do agree. Interesting thought. All right, let's get rid of those. Yeah, we'll keep the pigtail stuff. Dog. Dog. Kitty. Kitty. How about Bobbet is screaming? That's like my favorite one. Bobbet is screaming. That could be a victory or a loss. I don't think you really can add blood and gore, can you? I mean, you can make something smeared out into a spiral or unnaturally contorted, but like, eh. Oopsies, I don't want to bring 3 rams. I do want to bring some turkeys, though. I like bringing turkeys. Actually, turkeys or geese or peacocks. Chat, what do we think? Dwarves often like having peacocks as pets, but then it makes them hard to slaughter. Or we could bring alpacas. Do alpacas. They're expensive, though. Or llamas. Llamas are fun. Turkeys are kind of like the OP one, if that makes sense. Because you get the most meat and leather from them. And they don't need to be... They're not grazers, so they don't need to be on grass. Which makes them very easy to manage. Peafowl are pretty. Yeah, they are pretty. Yeah, let's do peacocks. I don't think I ever really bring peacocks. Dwarves just bring peacocks. We'll get eggs from them, and they can be pets. But the... maybe. I'm pretty happy with the image as is. Tapioca. Good idea, though. We knew what you meant. All good. Well, I got 400 extra points. Let's name some dwarves. I know Metsus, you said that you wanted a dwarf, right? You're still here? So I need 7 dwarves. Raise your hand in chat. First 7 people to place their hand in chat get a Dwarf. Doesn't matter if you're in this world already or not. You just might have a clone. Or somebody else with the same name, which is not that uncommon. Danuge, you did just die. Stone, Ripterus, Danuge. We need a few more. You'll wait for one later. Really? Okay. You're too good at getting in the initial 7, is that why? Calum. Psychon. Okay. Let's just quickly name some dwarves. Calum. Good to have you back, by the way, Calum. Icon. I missed Stone, but Stone. Metsus. Yeah, we're starting a new fort in the same world, though. Lump, what is up? And Darren. There we go. You can't have yourself a legendary soap maker? I mean, that is a very rare sight indeed. A legendary soap maker. All right, let's read some descriptions here. Dreams of creating a great work of art, values sacrifice. Could not care less about his appearance, talents, or personal vanities. Lives a slow-going and leisurely pace. He's a perfectionist. He's slow and eager. He is very slow to anger, and he feels that it is fairly important. He is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Brave in the face of imminent danger, and has a very calm demeanor. Doesn't often feel lustful, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He tenses up when he's nervous, and when he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. All right, well, we're just going to give you 1 point in woodcutter, 1 point in carpenter. And you're going to be our military dwarf to start. Best of luck, Peter, with your investments. Strong sense of duty on Danuge. Tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. Occasionally overindulges, likes to keep things practical, without delving too deeply into the abstract. Prefers to present himself modestly. Tends to consider what others think of him. Likes to take it easy, and could be considered rude, though he finds the rules of etiquette to be valuable in the abstract. I did say duty. Different kind of duty, though. He is stubborn and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes ash glaze, steel, and white jade. Chipmunk leather and cotton fabric. The color pruse, quivers, chains, and pigs for their snorts. And Ettins. Hold on. And Ettins for their arguing heads. Well, I think you can have 1 point in weaponsmith. Don't know if that's actually what you'll end up doing. Caleb likes hornblade, platinum, and morganite. Pear wood, the color gold. Bolts and backpacks, and winter melon vines for their fruit. Dreams of mastering a skill, and she exhibits a refined politeness. And she's determined to keep the guiding rules of etiquette and decorum, as if life itself depended on it. She is frustratingly sloppy and careless with every task she sets to carry out, and she very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. She is intellectually stubborn and rarely changing her mind during the debate, regardless of the merits. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She was somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she is grateful when others help her out. And she tries to return favors. She can sometimes be She tries to return favors, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. Skip the line. That's why I got lost. And she lives a fast-paced life, and she rolls her eyes when she's annoyed. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Only the highest levels of slander. I don't know what jobs we'll give the rest of you. I think I'll just tab back over here. I'll just give you guys more ale. A lot of ale. Don't need that much ale. Just go like 100 ale, maybe. And we'll bring an extra battle axe. And maybe some chickens. Let's say 15 chickens and a rooster. Apparently I'm bringing a ram. Don't want to bring a ram. I think these dwarves are more of a Jeep kind of dwarves. We'll bring more sweetbread. I'm tempted to just bring a secondary anvil. And then I accidentally removed the anvil. There we go. I keep hitting plus and minus on the numpad to move up and down because I'm in the wrong menu. I'm thinking I'm in a different one. I'm willing to go hard mode, but maybe not that hard mode. Someone has to do the thing because we're bringing cheese. Let's bring pig cheese. And we'll put the rest into plump helmet spawn. Not really something that we need, but oopsies. So we'll quickly read through the other dwarves. Sycon generally does not respond to emotional appeals and is very comfortable around others that are different from himself. He is generally quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Does not go out of his way to help others and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He chews his nails when he's thinking, and he laughs very loudly when he's surprised. He scratches his head when he's bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Stone dreams of raising a family. He is not careful with resources when working on projects, often spends unnecessary effort, forms strong emotional bonds with others, and sometimes to his detriment. He is a pessimist and greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments. He feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and does not find most jokes humorous. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he is slow to trust others. He doesn't focus on material goods and is very humble. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and is often nervous, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Metsus. She is unfriendly and disagreeable, and she is bothered by this, since she values friendship and actively avoids acts of compassion. She is quite ambitious and is often cheerful. She tends to be a bit stubborn when in changing her mind about things, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She occasionally overindulges and tries to do things correctly each time. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she often feels lustful. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Darren is 70 years old, finds blind dollars to be foolish, dreams of creating a great work of art, becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, lives a fast-paced life and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and abstractions, and is open to changing his mind. He often acts with compassion and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Doesn't often feel envious of others and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. Is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He has an active sense of humor and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. And he is trusting when he's nervous. He has a habit of chewing his cheek. When he's nervous, he has a habit of chewing his cheek, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. I've dawdled too long in this menu, so strike the earth. Hopefully we didn't forget anything. I don't think we did. I think we have everything. Chat, can we get a round of beers for the new embark? And thank you so much to everybody who's sticking around. Sorry about the on and off salt today. Things a little spicy. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Eral Barim. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the anacondas get hungry. Fun. A new chapter of dwarven history begins in this place. Bobet Vengush. Trifle killers. Strike the earth. Brown recluse spider silk on a road. Oh, that's interesting. We has waterfall. That's what I was hoping for. And there's hippos at the bottom. We have everything I was hoping for. Check this out. Bobette Vengush. It's wonderful, isn't it? That is a nice ass looking fort spot. Just stretching. That is a nice spot to start a fort. I think we build on the right side of the river, kind of in that almost, what's it called? Like that vial-shaped object there. Like right next to the waterfall. I think it's beautiful, Caleb. I think it's beautiful. Check the water for creatures. There's hippos at the bottom, I can tell you right now. I already saw them. We have hippos, carps, quackers, milkfish, more hippos, river otters. We got everything. Lots of hazards. Lots and lots and lots of hazards. So if we go down... I'm not seeing any interesting materials in there, but we know exactly how deep the dirt is. Hippos at the bottom. I'm seeing microcline, I think. Yellowed cespertines, so yellow gems. And I'm seeing microcline. So yeah, I think what we can do... So we can kind of clear cut that, like the inside of this. This area right here. Kind of clear cut that. And then just dig all the way down. Something kind of curious, though. Where baddies are going to spawn. If they spawn on that little patch of land right there on the right, they actually can't get to me. We were talking about this earlier, and no, you can't. Hippos are one of the few animals you can't train. War? I mean, I'm assuming you can probably tame them, because I think you can tame anything, right? Yeah, we have a starting bridge, because I intentionally built it. Also, a little natural flood happening here. That's bad map generation. It's right underneath my camera. The game's saving because seasons just changed. But if you look there in the bottom left, there's actually like a pool that's like spilling over. There's a lot of hippos. Whole lot of hippos. I didn't bring that. I didn't bring alpacas, I don't think. They were too expensive. Game's taking a moment to save. There it goes. So I've already paused again. Yeah, right here. There's like a little flood happening. That'll just drain out though, I think. Probably. Oh yeah, no, of course you can. But anything is possible if you're modding the game, right? I wouldn't quite consider that to be possible, as you might. It's like, it's possible if you mod the game. Well, yes, but... You can also have anime titties on all characters in Skyrim if you mod the game. Who's our expedition leader? Sycon's the expedition leader. First off, I just want to real quick make a squad, give them metal armor. And... Eriptrus, it's your squad. What would you name your squad? Please be nice. Give it a good name. But what would you name your squad? It's your squad. I'll let you name it literally whatever you want, assuming it's not just a string of profanity. Yes, new fort in the community world. So we've moved over to a different world because, frankly, I'm just... I was just kind of done with the other fort. due to an issue with hauling corpses. Yeah. Kind of just sucked. But we have a waterfall, and we haven't had a waterfall fort in a while, so. Speared hippos? I have a friend who goes by the username Hippo, and I don't think he'd be thrilled by that. It's okay, though. Are not unrealistic pigs. They can be scary if you teach them right. I think war boars can be scary. I would beg to differ with pigs. Depends on the breed of pig, I guess. Okay, so Caleb will give you mining for right now. Let's just let them come over here and clear cut this area. A little bit concerned by that hippo that's just like, you know, casually wandering towards my dwarves. Okay, it's walking away. A family of hippos, you know. Nothing out of the ordinary. It's fine. Dog is fighting with a river otter. All the rivers are freaking me out. Have you ever seen a picture of a hippo's skull, chat? Because that shit is terrifying. Tigerfish is fighting? Oh, probably just fell down that and went splat. I love that waterfalls are just like, they look like they would be all pretty and cool looking, but in reality, they're generally just kind of covered in blood. So we're going to build the fort, I think, right here. This is going to be our fort layer. What do you guys think of this? And then one layer beneath this, we can put like... Because I love waterfall forts. Waterfall forts are cool. I think we can kind of just hollow this big ol' area out. That'll give us plenty of space to begin building. Also, thank you very much to everybody who's been hanging out today. Been a quiet-ish stream in regards to certain things, and it's nice to have. Well, I mean, it's a Sunday. Lots of people don't watch streams on Sundays, but thank you very much to everybody who's tuned in today. Everybody who's hung out. Been nice. Than any other big animal. I think it's probably also just because people are stupid. I do genuinely believe that the whole hippos are murderers thing has something to do with people not being the brightest. Because hippos aren't that murderous. People are just dumb and don't give animals their space. Hippos are just extremely territorial, right? Like, that's... From what I know about hippos, I might be mistaken here, but I've always been led to believe that, yes, they are dangerous as hell, and yes, you should avoid them. But at the same time, they're dangerous as hell because people are stupid, you know? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just kind of a... If you just give them their space and respect that and careful around them, you'll be all right. They're like geese, but deadly. Anyway, I was going to show a picture of a hippo skull. Looks like a freaking dinosaur. Look at that goddamn thing. Also, I love this drawing. It's like, this is what a hippo skull would look like if we found it amongst dinosaurs. But anyway. Yeah, totally. I mean, it's like running up to a bear. You know, like, bears are pretty calm creatures, and they're not going to just come up to you and fight you. But, like, if you charge a bear, or startle a bear, or get in between bear and bear baby, bear will fuck you up. And bear don't care. Oh, that too, of course, yeah. So we're digging into chalk. And down here we have schist. So we need to get down to the schist. We need to get into the schist of things. Need some hippo steaks? I mean, we don't necessarily need some hippo steaks, but I'm sure that will happen. We more specifically need to just, like, you know, not die to le hippo. That is priority numero uno. The heck? Oh, a tree literally grew up. I was like, why did, like, those dots just appear over there on the right, over the open space where the water is? Oh, because a tree literally just grew there. That's why. Let's throw up that. And sure, we'll make a craft store shop and a carpenter shop. I think we'll give you... Oh, you like chickens. For their scratching. I think I should make some chickens available for Metsus. But we'll give you that and animal care. Because you like chickens, and we have a bunch of chickens. And also, I'm going to make 3 chicks available. I go over here real quick, and we're going to put all of our livestock over here. Probably move a bunch of them underground a little later, but... all of the chicks. He hands in 2 horses. Suddenly tree, a surprise tree. Milkfish is fighting with the tigerfish. They're falling off the waterfall and vomiting. It's kind of amazing how slow they're actually digging in this chalk. You'd think they'd be able to dig through chalk pretty quickly. All right, hopefully nothing terrible happens. I'm just gonna let the game run. Take a quick toilet break. If you're lurking in the chat, thank you very much for hanging out today, hey? Can I please get a big old round of beers for everybody who's hanging out and watching? For everybody who's sticking with the stream. And thanks for dealing with the salt today, guys. Back in a minute. The seasoning is all right. All right, anybody die? Nope, just some more fish falling. Now, I would place the argument that there's actually no waterfalls in Dwarf Fortress. There's just fish burial ground. Also, we could totally like live off of fish. Might actually appoint a few fisher dwarves. Why are the fish angry? They're okay. If you, were up here and swimming around and being a fish, and then you get caught in the current and you go wee splat and take a bunch of damage because you fell off of a giant waterfall, would you be angry? Maybe not angry, but like in pain. Because that's the combat. That's why the fish are constantly getting combat lines, is because they're literally falling off the water. You'd be dead. Fair. I would also be dead. Yeah, that's why the fish are angry. Like, well, I mean, they're not really angry. They just have severe headaches. Yay, Darren has a bunch of pet chickens. I think we'll also make the rooster available. Let's see how many pet chickens you have. Satisfied at work, fondness after interacting with a pet, happy after adopting a new pet, annoyed when caught in the rain. Well, that's understandable. Make some beds. Do. I hate it when they do that because it gives me anxiety. But I understand why they do that, because that's the most prioritized pathing, but God, it stresses me out, man. Need to get you to make some mugs for me. Stone. Such an epic little tune. I like it. So if we build a wall around this thing and have the main entry to the fort be a stone drawbridge that goes across here. That'd be badass or what? Like, just have a drawbridge that crosses here that we can pull a lever. I mean, the bottom of that is just going to be a corpse field anyway. The question is, do we wait for stone and build the wall around this out of stone? Or do we just build it out of wood and say screw it? What do you guys think? You gotta wait for you. Fair enough. I love that I screwed up and only brought male chicks. So I have a shit ton of roosters, which are entirely useless. Whoop. Whoopsies. Oh, Cox. Oh, Cox. Yeah, we'll just need to import a couple hens. It's all right. I was too busy, like, arguing with people. Yeah, we'll have much tasty cock in the fort in a mo. I don't think that splitting rivers is wise, because then they will inevitably be not quite full and dwarves will try and cross, and then they'll just fall into the water. I think it's wiser just to build a big wall with an overhang and a sealable door. Also, I may be a slice of pie. Enjoy your lurks. So, that's generally seems to be the better way of doing things in my experience. We'll make a dormitory. Also, Ocox is incredibly apt. Incredibly apt. That was the pun. I'm just complimenting you on it being a good pun. I approve. Not sure if it came through as a compliment, but that was the goal anyway. You can have masonry. That was what I was going to give you as your second job at Denuge. So we're already in midwinter. Means we're going to get our first migrant wave real soon. Oh, too late. It's my secret is I'm always cocky. Sounds like there's kind of a lot of people outside. It's actually weirding me out a little bit. You might make a second dwarf-made waterfall. Like I said, in my experience, that's a bad idea. It's a real bad idea to try and split waterfalls. I totally could. It's just a recipe for disaster. Like, you're tempting fate, that's all. Like, could it be cool? Fuck yeah. Could it also kill a lot of dwarves? Well, hell yeah. And that's what I'm worried about. I think this is where we're going to put our bedrooms. Because we are going to be a military fort, I'm not going to be too worried about making the bedrooms big and lavish. This isn't supposed to be a big, lavish palace or anything. This is supposed to be a fort. Besides, 2x2s are more than enough for a good dwarf to be satisfied with their space. Bad dwarves, on the other hand, maybe not, but good dwarves. Good dwarves will be satisfied with 2x2. They like doing bedrooms like that, but I think in this case, occasionally it's fine to let them share a door. And we'll do up downs. And then there's also the very big, cross your fingers, hope for steel, iron. I was just gonna go straight for the 200. I mean, I could pop cap this fort. I hadn't really thought about it, to be honest. I'm still working on, like, maximum everything. Well, general default maximum, so 200 and 220. Wait, what are you doing in Minecraft? Oh, you have diamond, but you're out of iron. Praying for iron, fair enough. Pretty common state of things for a dwarf, I think. Give another dwarf masonry. Let him come over and make the mason shop. But no, I was kind of planning on just, you know, starting up the army, but we'll see what happens. Still working on the tables. Just make us a real quick stone stockpile right here. Bring all that stuff upstairs. Although this is pretty decent strength training. It's nice that hippos are pretty calm critters. They won't really go out of their way to attack you unless the dwarves are smart. By that I mean stupid. If the dwarves are dumb, then the dwarves will have a hard time. If the dwarves are smart, then not so much. Hey, Hoshan. What's up? We're on the community world, so this is a publicly downloadable world that anybody can go grab. We just started up a new fortress because the other one was getting buggy. The purpose of this fort is to be a military fort to reclaim Diverth. Yeah, probably not Menses. Or something. Yeah, we need medals. Nope, the 1K year one it will pick up Tuesday. Because tomorrow we'll be playing Jupiter Hell. So Tuesday we'll pick up the 1K year one. Because I have 2 forts. Or 2 worlds, rather, that I play on. I got the community one, which is public, which anybody can go download. There's a updated save over on the Discord page. Or you can just ask me nicely and I'll link it. And then there's the 1K year one, which is my private world, basically. So no, it's still going. Still alive and well. Still happy. Also, Hobo, I don't know what you're talking about. I think your Spotify's working just fine. Reminds you of something to do with mud and stone? Sure what you're referring to. So I guess all of those roosters that we brought are just going to be Darren's pets. Well, they'll be delicious once they all grow up. Oh, yeah. Well, fortunately, we don't have that problem yet in this world. Let's just make couple rock amulets, couple rock scepters, couple rock crowns. Yet another new fort. This is the second new fort I've done in about 2 weeks, so it's not that new. But this one's for the community world. I spent 9 weeks in the other community world fort, which was the name of that one. Why am I blanking on the name of it? Crypt Abbey, I think? Yeah, Crypt Abbey. We stayed in Crypt Abbey for a long time of the Coastal Guild, and we've decided to move up to Trifle Killers. Babette de Vengush. And we're going to try and take Diverth. Or at least that's the goal. It is a rite of passage, Stone. The hauling of the chalk. It's just a pity, because chalk blocks are, like, just fine for walls, but, man, they sound really silly when you're like, yeah, I'm making walls out of chalk. You know what I mean? It is a good name. You should be proud of it. Thanks for coming up with it, to be honest. You're much better at the names thing than I am. No. No. So I like I explained earlier a couple minutes ago, I have 2 worlds that run simultaneously, just so I don't get bored. I'll probably have a 3rd one pretty soon. But the 2 worlds that I have running, I have the Long Death Millennium world, which is the Absolute Realm, and then we have the Oracular Domain. The Oracular Domain is a different world. It's much larger. It's older. It's in like the year 260s now. I was just in another fort for 11 years, which is very warmongery, very combat heavy, very violent, versus the Long Death Millennium fort, which is going to be pretty passive, not a lot of combat. So I kind of have like the 2 forts running just to kind of keep myself interested in what I'm doing, mainly. But as a bonus, it kind of gives us different themes that we can run at the same time. Keeps things interesting, you know? When you're playing as much of a game as I do. I may be a little bit nuts when it comes to the time I put into stuff, but I'm not superhuman. So I can't put infinite time into things without getting bored. So this is the like more traditional, let's build up an army and go smack things versus the let's just try and keep my dwarves sane and the frame rate high. Exactly. Which is why tomorrow we're going to play Jupiter Hell all day, because there's a Jupiter Hell patch coming tomorrow. But generally, if you're confused as to what's going on, check the stream titles. If it says Community World, it's going to be the Oracular Domain. If it says Long Death Millennium, and it'll say the day number, so the number of streams I've done of it. It's the 1,000-year fort, and if it says something else, that's a new fort. But otherwise, this is the Community World. And if you'd like to download the Community World and mess about in it and run your own forts in it and tell us stories about things that you find or that have happened, or you can do that, or you can just go look on the Discord where Vinsati and a few other people have been posting stories and things that they've found in the Community World, which are often very interesting, actually. So our goal for this world right now is to kill Bobet Dredge Ditches, the Dark Tragedies, which is a skunk demon which literally has thousands of kills. So many that it took a very, 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 very long time to scroll through them all in Legends. And we want to kill it. And in order to do that, we have to build a stronghold and win. Also, I think we should use water as defenses for this fort. What do you guys think? Like, the actual, like, entryway in and out will be a bridge. Maybe two, actually. So one kind of going out this way. Must have used all my chalk blocks. Oh, no, there they are. They're up at the... Although, actually, I want this side to be raising. Yeah. Because the one on that side's just going to be... Actually, you know what? Let's make these wider, too. We'll build that one first. But it'll smell its death. No, that don't make sense. But I like it. It's got a good ring to it. Stinkor from Masters of the Universe. What? I know quite literally nothing about Masters of the Universe. I do have a Today in Dwarf Fortress about it, though, if you would like me to link it. Vaulted. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for gifting subs to Hoshan, Ovsalot, Maybe Harry, Dapadude, Thyranam? I don't know how to say that last one. But thank you very much for gifting out 5 subs. Cheers, you're too fucking kind, man. As you've done so many more times. Also, we're only a few subs away from me having to gift another one. But thank you very much. Cheers. And happy Sunday. I hope you didn't miss me too much over the weekend. It's pay week? Ah, I gotcha. Is that every other week for you? I have like weird paydays. I get a small payday at the beginning of every month and then a bigger payday around the middle of every month. It's like the Twitch economy. Well, cheers. Thank you very much. And to anybody who got subs, enjoy those stupid skulls, the dwarf emotes, and the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days, courtesy of Faulted. Cheers, man. And thanks for all the support as always. So we've started a new fort, Faulted, in the community world. And it's just going to be a focused, small combat fort. So we're going to need to get metal industry up and running ASAP. I think I should probably get a well set. Although, we're not going to have to worry about winter because it is hot. It's not searing, but it is hot. We're not going to have to worry about it freezing, fortunately. We're at 138 subscribers currently. If we get that up to... Or 238 subscribers, pardon me. If we get that up to 245, I get to gift another sub. I had to gift one earlier today. But regardless, thank you so much. A little bit on the sleepy side today, so I'm not the most responsive, that's why, but that's good. I'm just happy to be able to stream. I missed streaming the other day. Okay, so over here, we just need to get these bridges set up. Cut that down. Because I think I'm going to need to build some floor tiles here. Not too many. But I will need to build at least 2, I think. You're going to clean someone listen to me? Alrighty. Well, thank you very much for the 5 subs once again. And thanks for all the support that you've thrown at this stream over the past couple of months. Cheers, dude. I'm running low on coffee. This is bad. Yes, that is a waterfall, and fish keep falling down it, which is why I'm building a wall next to it. So that we don't go splat. Because that would be bad. Or hilarious, depending on what kind of Schadenfreude you're into. Would that give free food? If I had some way of getting to the bottom of it and pulling the stuff out of it. So no, not really. And it's not good if my dwarves go splat? But we could totally fish off the top of it. Now what you're supposed to say is, damn. Damn it. It'll be damn. It's a bad joke. I'm kind of sad that the Millennium Fort didn't have a waterfall like it. Because or like maybe at some point what I need to do is I need to do a similar design to the Millennium Fort, but in a waterfall where I like dig down and around it and underneath it. But I need a freezing waterfall to do that. No, do it easily. Call a beaver so that you can, damn it! It's the basic bitch Canadian pun. I've got much practice of that one.
All types of Schadenfreude are the best types.
You know, I think if one more person cheers 100 bits, that's a hype train, I think. Also, just a reminder to everybody, we did restart the make me take a day off goal. I'm just going to kind of do it monthly, I think, until people get tired of it. Then we'll make it something else. I've also seen some people putting watch parties behind those. I don't know if that's something that we're interested in doing at all. Is that something that we're interested in doing? Because watch parties are global now. Yes, that was yesterday. And I edited 2 videos instead of 1. Yeah, I took yesterday off. Yeah, supposedly watch parties are global now. I know Kiri's going to try one. She's got it as like a channel points redemption thing, so it's like if people want it, they can ask for them. It seems like a neat idea. I don't know. Kind of tempted to try them on one hand. So, yeah, watch parties are where I just stream something off of Amazon Prime and we watch it together. But you have to have Amazon Prime to be able to watch it. Is the problem. You doubled my productivity. I mean, I wasn't planning on editing 2 videos, and then I couldn't sleep. So I edited 2 videos. I put out one about why I love Blaseball. Which I still think is a nonsensical mess of me babbling for 5 minutes. And I put out a Today in Dwarf Fortress. Which hopefully people watch. I haven't looked at the stats all day, so... I'm expecting not very many people to watch it, and then people will be like, oh, you put one out in like 2 weeks. Fun thing is by displaying a timestamp on screen that shows where the streamer is, and the episode allows you to participate in the watch party without Prime. How the heck would that work? I'd need to see that, but that's interesting. Yeah, that's kind of why I haven't done one. Is because it's a thing that a lot of people just don't have. And it's a little bit redundant. I don't know. I guess I'm just spoiled by the Curiosity stream thing I got to do last year. That he syncs with the current video. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't even know what watch parties look like because I've never seen one. I literally have never actually participated in a watch party myself. So, there is that. That's not what I wanted. Yeah. I mean, I know what they are in theory. I've just never seen one. I don't know. I'm torn on the whole concept. I like the idea in theory. I just don't know if I'd actually like it in practice. I have a feeling this is going to be a pretty cool looking fort. You know, I don't mean to toot my own horn here, but I think I'm getting pretty good at making cool looking fortresses. Yeah. Basically. With no pants. You know, honestly, I wear pants more often than I think people think that I do. Now, I'll walk around in my boxers. I'm not usually totally pantsless. That's actually rather rare for me. Mostly because I'm usually cooking something when I'm not streaming. And I'm usually cooking with oil. And being pantsless and cooking with oil is... don't do that. It pain. And I have enough pain in my life already. I don't need more pain. You know what I mean? I should put like little ramps up on top of the wall on my side. And put little traps along the top of the wall. We're not the same pants as elsewhere. I mean, pants in the UK, I think, is like a term for underwear, right? In Canada, pants is like the jeans or sweatpants or something. And then your underwear is like your boxers or your briefs or your tighty whities or whatever the fuck sees you's wearings, and I ain't judging. The pants in North America is all pretty much the same. It's in the UK where stuff starts getting different. No pants is like... I actually I don't know. UK folks in the chat, like what's your term for no pants? If pants mean like underwear. Sensible? Me? Nah, never. That's ridiculous. Why would I be sensible? So would that be no trousers? Then? Trying to figure out how the saying would work then. Or does it just not? Which is totally a viable option. Yeah, and so that the archers can then vault through the wall and go splat and die. That's generally what happens in my experience. It's quite distressing, in fact. I think we might pave this roadway. Make it look a little nicer, you know? Trousers would be the word, so no trousers or not wearing trousers. There's too many syllables in trousers. No pants just works so well, whereas no trousers is just like the tongue-tied, you know? Oh god, save me from my own dialogue.
Crippier, here's to 2 years.
Holy
How's
crap.
things?
It's been a while. How you been, dude? I was actually just thinking about you the other day. What have you been up to? Still doing the streams and things? Thank you very much for the total of 2 years. That's fucking bonkers, man. It's a long goddamn time. Enjoy the new hat. And thanks for keeping that sub alive for a whole goddamn year and another on top of that. It's wild. I guess so. Stone, I guess so. Our bridges are done. Oh, wow, okay. Been without a desk for 2 months. Oh my god. Can I ask why you've been moving countries? What part of the world have you moved to and from, if I can ask? To build like a little pointed roof on top of that. Give it kind of a nice design. Specifically Scotland? Why not? I don't know. I couldn't imagine moving to a different country, but then again, the equivalent of moving to a different country in Canada would be like moving from BC to any other province. It's basically the same distance, if not further. So it'd be like my little sister moving to Quebec, which she did. Comes from pantaloons? That sounds like a strange exotic fruit. But regardless, welcome back to the land of the internets. There's actually quite a large Quebec audience who watches this stream, dude. Like, B-Lugs from Quebec. Bunch of other people that I don't necessarily want to call out are from Quebec. Basically, what I'm saying is if I ever go to Quebec again, we could probably have a Quebec meetup. There's that many people who watch me from Quebec. Do your first stream in 2 months. Yay! Bet you that'll be nice. Be good to be back, right? I can't wait to build this little warmonger fort. It's addicting. Yeah. It's addicting, and as long as you know you can maintain a healthy addiction to it, right? I do believe that there's healthy addictions and, like, unhealthy addictions. And I think it's very possible for a lot of people to have super unhealthy addictions to streaming. It's like that dopamine hit of getting a new follower kind of thing. Same like way that anybody can have any sort of unhealthy addiction or relationship with social media. But it makes me really happy when I see people that do have healthy relationships to it. Is it? Huh. Yeah, I've never even heard the term before. This is a not bad little fort. How's our dwarves doing? They're annoyed at the lack of chairs. Well, we should fix that. Let's fix the lack of chairs. Actually, maybe not right there. I can't cancel those. Oh, because I somehow fat-thumbed caps lock. Pantaloons? Interesting. I'm learning things about language that I never knew, so... The Cobalt Peach. I need a better tavern name, chat. Give me a good Dwarven tavern name. The Decent Theater, the Sly Shields, the Rough Silver, the Scholarly Torches, the Future Hatchets, the Guilds of Age, the Bejeweled Vestibule, the Theater of Meteors, the Merchant of Anvils, the Board of Barbarians, the Rusty Shield, the Inn of Killers, the Argent Pick. Is that a word? The large pick. How about the wise pick? The wise pick of trifle killers. You know what? Fuck it. We'll leave all visitors welcome, at least for a minute. Just to kind of see what we get. Summer has arrived on the calendar. We're getting traders soon. The large pick sounds like a very specific guild, if you know what I'm saying. Dude, crumbly gabbro sounds like a dwarven dessert delicacy. I'm imagining like an apple crumble style dessert. Crumbly gabbro. Would you like to try some of Granny's crumbly gabbro? Pick of Destiny. We'll call Tenacious D and see if we can get the rights to that one. Do 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 do. That's not what I wanted to do. Menacing Wind Spikes. Leave that on repeat. Well, the Tenacious Key, the Applesauce of Destiny. So not seeds, but everything else go there. As currently they're all just constructing the table and chairs. Do 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 do. Still like a little tickled pink that the Blazeball account retweeted my tweet. Tickled pink by that. Very amused. Got me 60 views, but I'll take it. Because the commissioner is indeed doing a very good job. Pantalon. Pants equals trousers. Huh. Yeah, see, I've never even heard this word before, so this is all completely new to me. I still think that, like, you guys should adopt the term no pants because it rolls off the tongue so nicely. Like, I'm not really one for local slang, but like if you're gonna pick any term to like adopt as a society, I think no pants should be. Pants are new to you too. Yeah, I only wear kilts. So one thing I really miss about conventions is there's always that one guy at the convention that's wearing the kilt. I'm kind of tempted to just pave this whole thing. Fortunately, we still have plenty of foods left. Yeah, okay is a... That was one of the American presidents that coined that term, didn't they? Which has now been cut down to K. You never knew conventions killed people? Maybe it's just like a North American thing, but all of the big gaming conventions, there's always a few people at conventions that are just there in a kilt for no reason. We should give the dwarves like a couple weeks to just relax, because we'll be having traders arriving sooner rather than later. We're going to have to appoint a broker. No one's going to be any good at it, so we'll just give it to Psychon. I'm assuming Psychon's going to have some sort of analytical ability. Nope. But that's fine. I have no idea. I'll be honest with you, I don't pay much attention. I've never actually spoken to one of the kilt guys. Also, there's so many red names in chat. By that, I mean two. So if I mix Stone and Dan up, I'm sorry. At least your names are very different lengths, so I can go by that. Hey, DeBerries, how we doing? This is the community world, so we've started up a new fort. The other one was getting laggy and was starting to have some weird salt-inducing bugs. So we've decided to swap over to a new fort and work with that. I get a comment on the most recent Today in DF. You really just wanted to play Tarn being a kobold. Yeah, kind of. To be fair, if anybody thinks that it was a good idea to use Tarn Adams' voice clips as a kobold in the Today in Dwarf Fortress video from today, that was Rhinestone's idea. I didn't think of that. I am not that smart. Rhinestone was just like, because we were in a voice chat, and he's just like, knew that I was making a video about kobolds. He's like, yeah, and you're using Tarn's voice clips, right? And I was like, shit. That's too good of an idea. I need to do that. You guys really like the dwarf with the gun. Oh, man. Imagine if dwarves had guns. God, we'd all be dead. We'd never make it through World Gen. It would just be dwarves. Nothing else would live that long. There is no dwarf, only Zool. By the time it's supposed to open. So you mean it's going to close before it actually opens? Because that's like next level special. And holy crap, that sucks. Is Berlin Airport like legendarily broke or something? I wonder if it's one of the airports that Audio's worked on. One of my mods works in baggage distribution in airports. He helps set up those conveyor belt systems. Huh. The infamous new airport of Berlin. That's unfortunate. I also like that Peak knew exactly what airport you were talking about. I kind of love that, actually. Get to the shower. Actually, no, he says, get to the chopper. And then cuts his fruit for his breakfast. You know, Arnold Schwarzenegger seems like a really nice guy. Just, he seems like a very genuine, decent dude. That's kind of a meme. That sucks. See, Vancouver has a very expensive airport, but it got finished. It's very big, very fancy, very pretty, very expensive, but it got finished. But Canada has its fair share of perpetually exploding and imploding airports. See Toronto Airport, for example. Perpetually exploding, gigantic, sprawling nightmare that is super disorganized and impossible to do anything in. And everybody that I know that works there is like, yep, place is on fire all the time. It's amazing anything actually works. Yes, that is Divinity music you hear. Did I say Toronto Airport? I did say Toronto Airport, yes. It's a perpetual clusterfuck. I know a few people who work full-time in that airport, and I've been in that airport. God, I fucking hate that airport. There's many airports I don't mind spending hours in. God, God, I hope that airport burns down. It is awful. And perpetuates my theory that the only thing that's good about Toronto is they have a really big pointy tower. The roof tiles were coming off at customs. See, Toronto Airport. It's a problem, okay? Like missing cables coming down. Yeah. Sounds like Toronto. The migrants have arrived. 1, 2, 3. A bunny rabbit. An alpaca. Baby. Not bad. We have acquired more dwarfs. All right, so potash maker, herbalist, and a farmer. All right, well, we do actually need farming, so that's good. You can also have farming fields and butchery. And you... We'll check you. You dream of raising a family, have no interest in material goods, does not trust others, and does not seek a... Is quick to anger and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, rarely speaks when he's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. We're going to need a brewer, so... See if I can do some above ground farming. See what we can go get. If Newark Airport can also be burned to the ground, that'd be great. Where's Audio when we need him? Because he can actually weigh in on this stuff. Also, can you take mechanics as a secondary gig? Yeah, no, there's a lot of really terrifyingly trash airports out there, and it kind of sucks, but it's not necessarily not generally a problem with the airport. It's more often just kind of a problem with people not maintaining their airports, you know? Which is a problem with many things. Rarely the airport's fault. Not what I wanted. Gather and pick fruit. That's what the herbalist is for. Then I can go down here and put a food stockpile in. And this is just going to be for seeds. And that'll be our shroom spot. So who doesn't want a shroom spot? Also, we've got Shem Kulam collecting coffee. Whoa. You can collect coffee? Dude. What kind of fruit do you get from that? Coffee cherries. Man, if only I could make coffee liquor. It'd be so cool. We'll see you later, Wild Pig. Thank you very much for swinging by. And it's good to have you back. This is a cute little fort. Quite like this fort. It's growing on me a lot. I can't wait for it to be coated in blood. Because I'm getting some ideas on really, really mean defensive weapons to do with a water cannon design that we did previously, but underground, so much more reliable. I think I'm getting bad ideas. Some mad science-y bad ideas. He's been binging Krug Smash. Really may or want to like start editing video type stories or just like writing stuff down. There's a couple of people who have been inspired by Krug Smash. There's been a few people that have like, you know, kind of done their own drawings. I feel like the problem when you have like copycats, well, not necessarily copycats, but people who try and do a very similar thing is they expect a similar level of success very quickly. He's really into art. Yeah, we need more DF artists. That being said, though, we have had there's a few channels that have tried to do similar things to what Krug Smash does. It's not easy. What he does is crazy amounts of work. Right, I think that's probably enough. Menacing wooden spikes. She doesn't want to do videos? Okay. Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, when you said making your own store, I can plant pineapple? Sorry, I got excited for a second there. Dude, we have pineapple in this fort. Excellent. Pineapples! We can make pizza. We just need pig. It would actually be like a pineapple roast. With finely minced pork. Tripe. This is about as close as we're going to get. I love pineapple. I haven't had pineapple all year. Actually, that's not totally true. Last winter, I was given a pineapple by my mom because they were really, really cheap, and so she bought 3 and gave me one. I think I took it home and ate the whole thing. Like, literally just, like, cut it up and ate it while I watched TV that night. It was delicious. Pineapple. A snack that eats you back. Yes, pineapple wine needs to happen. And will. If I have anything to say about it. I wonder if we'll get another DF screenshot this week. What do you guys think we're going to get next? Or like, what have they not shown yet, actually? Because there's a lot of things they haven't shown. I don't know, chat. What's something that they haven't shown yet for Steam DF that you would love to see? Oh, look at this. Look at this. We have a human maceman hanging out in the tavern, actually. 2 guests. Kel Lamarilar and Nesek Palzostra. A Dwarven Bard and a Human Maceman. They really do. Like, they look like something that you'd fall on in a comedic TV show and go, ow! Really stupid looking plants. I could not agree more. I'm gonna text my mom real quick. So I have to go over to my parents' house tonight and get some stuff and do some stuff for them. Need to follow up to confirm. With a stem and a pineapple on top. I mean, yeah. They kind of look like the dragon plant that I have, actually. RSG! Thank you very much for the 33 months.
Drop it like it's hot.
How you been, man? How's your neck of the woods holding up? With the madness that is 2020. I'm hoping well. Been pretty damn good. Good to hear, man. And thank you very much for the absurd number of months. The 33 months. Because, goddamn, that's a fucking long time. You got the support? Yeah, you do. And you're still here, which is like way more than a lot of people from the old days, so it's good to still have you around, man. What have you been doing to keep yourself busy these days? I was talking with a friend of mine who I traditionally hang out with at conventions. And I was in his stream last night before I tried to go to bed and failed. And he's just like talking about how he's like missing seeing friends face to face, but like happy that he still can go fishing and stuff. And then was just like, had like this realization. He's like, yo, Blind, we would have literally been hanging out last fucking weekend if this wasn't 2020, because we always hang out at PAX West every year. We got all the, we get each other into parties and hang out, and it's a good time. You've just been working and enjoying your new room, which is like the size of 2 studio apartments. Wow. Did you move into a house? Or are you like moving? Did you move into a new place type deal? Oh, look at them. They're singing and dancing. By dancing, I mean there's 2 people singing and 1 just running in circles. So you took over the house. Gotcha. That's unfortunate. But space? Yay. So huzzah for space, I guess. So tomorrow's stream is going to be a little weird. We're going to be starting late because I have a team meeting thing that I kind of shouldn't skip. So tomorrow's stream is going to start a little late, and we're not actually going to be playing Dwarfs tomorrow. We're going to be playing Jupiter Hell because I like to stream Jupiter Hell on patch days. Just to give those guys a stream to celebrate their patches, you know? And that's kind of when everybody who plays that game kind of peeks around for streams of it. So we'll do one full day of Jupiter Hell, and then Tuesday we'll return to the Dwarfs in style, I guess. Now we are finding out he was trying to cut your mom out of everything and tell us to go fuck off, so no unfortunate things. Well, hey, that works. Yeah. Fuck the guy, then. Still sucks, but fuck the guy. I had a friend who lived with his grandmother, and it was a 3-story house, and he rented the basement suite. She lived in the middle floor, and they had tenants living in the top floor, and each floor was 1,200 square feet. So not huge, but like, you know, decent sized house, right? And each floor had its own like front door. So like the upstairs one got into the suite from the back balcony. The middle one had a front door, and he kind of had a side door that he used to get into the basement suite. And he lived there while he was going to school to become a nurse. In 2018, 2 things happened. He graduated as a nurse, and got a job almost immediately. And within 2 weeks, his grandmother passed away and left him the whole house. In his words, I didn't want to give your mother anything anyway. So he now is retired. He's 28 years old. He lives in the basement suite of this house and rents out the other 2 floors. He worked for 2 years to work off his debt, basically, and quit at the beginning of 2020. And just has 2 tenants that pay rent. And he just lives there. I think he does day trading investments. And he says that if he gets desperate, he'll just go back to school for a year or 2. Or no, not school. Go back to work for a year or 2. It's like that's awful, but like also, holy shit. Can that happen to me? Like it's badass, but I don't know, man. Oh god, that's a big house. You rent out to one person? I'm back. Welcome back. But yeah, that's badass, dude. I'm glad that's working out at the end of the day. So are you living with your mother then? Or are you basically living in this place by yourself? You've been fighting the bank for years, and they keep losing. Eventually, we will lose, but this is mine. Well, that's good. Fighting the bank is no fun. Your mom lives in Vegas? Gotcha. Hey, manufacturing monkeys. Can get some good feels from the waterfall. Yeah, and so that fish can ricochet in and go splat. Spray blood everywhere. Sounds like a great idea. And so baddies can climb in. I'll think about it. I will totally do something with that waterfall, but for now, currently not. Easy baddies. My name is Zulban Doran Vikad. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and map info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Iron Yeti leather. Arrgh. Iron! Brass, bronze, steel, electrum, billin, rose gold, black bronze. Yes. Maybe gold? Did you like the way I said iron? I ran away! Well then, I have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents, Icon. What are you willing to... here, let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your Grand Craft Dwarf ship. Stuff, cool. Zycon, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes will, of course, rise and fall together. Let's go to the terp components. Bring all of those menacing spikes. But yeah, no, we'll probably do windows or something cool. This is more planned as a military fort, so I need it to be an impenetrable nightmare fortress. Nightmare for the baddies. That be. Not nightmare for us. So, kind of need to be smart about how I do things. Ra, you might have a quality plan there. I may actually take that into consideration. Building a tower would be fun. I need more materials, though. Yeah, I'm liking it, too. It's easy on the eyes. Oh, I forgot to ask for chickens. Oh, well. I'm gonna buy all their anvils. And trade. Oh, wonderful. Thank you for your business. No problem, friends. No problem. Big, sturdy, heavily engraved tower. I could put statues in the tower, but I can't engrave a constructed tower. Don't forget silk. Already got it. Already got it. Little bit ahead of you. But no jurist? Wow. Like with the VODs, manufacturing monkeys? These are the community worlds. Also, do you go by MM on the YouTube channel? Just to be clear. This is the community world. So we had Crypt Abbey, which was the really big fort with the spirally staircase. And we just started a new fort because we were running into kind of an annoying bug. So kind of the idea of this fort is that this is the previous one, which is Crypt Abbey, which has 400 people now. Huge fortress. Very successful. We were running into an awful bug where corpses wouldn't be hauled. And we did literally everything to fix it. And after much salt and much rage, I gave up. And we've started up Trifle Killers, which translates to Bobette Van Gouche. And we are going to try and kill the trifle that is Babette. So we basically need, like, ultra legendary soldiers. And then once we are able to take out Babette with Bombette Vengush, then we will send in our a raiding party to go and reclaim Dive Earth for the glory of the vessel of Artifice. I am much excited. Is taken away. So, wait, we can't build town. There's two types of people who play Dwarf Fortress. There's people who demand I build giant towers, and people who demand I build giant upside inverted glass pyramids. It's it's either tower or inverted glass pyramid. There's never any in between. It's always like, streamer make inverted glass pyramid, or streamer make giant glass tower. I'm like, I don't know what you want. Why not both? I only have so many Z levels and so much patience. God, I wish I could just build a fucking door. You're not a simpleton. You're a simpleton who's been here a while. Sorry, I'm a little sleep deprived, and I don't understand what you're trying to say, so I will just simply smile and nod that I do know your name, so that means you've been around a little bit. Bruh. Also, hey, Sloth. What's up, dude? I think what it really means is that if you've been here a while, and you enjoy the stream, you should subscribe to twitch.tv/VLINDIRL. It's currently on sale. And, yeah, that's all I got. Stone, a.k.a. MLH. And add 50 levels, Z levels per... 50 levels per layer in Advanced World Gen. But, like, what about the rare time when I do decide to pump lava from the magma layers all the way up? That would take 10,000 years and be a right pain in the neck. Looking after puppies? Aww. Dear God, don't bother, right? Like 150 Z levels is already pushing it, but like, I'm just imagining how many layers that would be. I'm sitting here going like, nah. Nah, man. Nah. Also, to those of you who watched my video on Blaseball and generated storytelling in games, what did you guys think of the effect that I used with the recording of the record in the background, kind of blurred up? Does that work? Should I do that more? Because I have all this footage of records that I'm not using that looks really nice. Here's a unique idea, drain an ocean. Been there, done that. Built a tower. Got the t-shirt. That was a fun fort. I missed that fort. The merchants from Eral Barim have embarked on their journey. Dogs have been in labor for 30 hours. Oh God, I hope they're okay. Dogs in labor are kind of, I don't know, make me worried. Worried about complications, you know? My favorite response to the Drain and Ocean thing was when I had that fort up and running and I told Cupo, I was like, I'm draining an ocean. And he's just like, why? And I'm like, because I wanted to build a tower in the middle of it. He's like, why don't you just pour lava on it? So much easier. It was just way too funny. That's good. His reaction was way too funny. You know, that image is a very good description of Dwarf Fortress. Skipping that track doesn't fit. That's a pretty big migrant wave. Lorbam, you're a talented doctor. Did you just come from Crypt Abbey? I think you did. Killed a bunch of goblins and beak dogs and a troll. You're a proficient mace dwarf. Dower is a rule, and conflicted by this, values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, is quite ambitious, finds obligations confining. Yeah, you're gonna join the military, I think. Oh, a pet guinea hen, piglet, butcher, and Mural the peasant. Cracks easily under pressure, has a strong sense of duty, intellectually stubborn, rarely changing her mind. Up to 18 dwarves. Yeah, it looks like we're just at 18. We also have a stray war dog. That's interesting. I'm not very used to just seeing war dogs brought in. You did get it. Also, what do you think of the new emote scale? Out of curiosity. They're cool. I think the new dwarves are pretty good. And thank you, Jack. Has to be your favorite. A lot of people really like that one. I think that's kind of my most popular dwarf now. Or most popular emote in general. All right, so we're going to assign a manager. I quite literally have nobody with these skills. Well, you can have it. There you go. And there we go. Perfect. And thanks everybody for contributing channel points to the round 2 of Make Me Take Naked. Make Make me take a day off again. Because I obviously don't do that enough. As is evident by my high quality conversational abilities. It's time to build a little platform out of chalk blocks. And it's going to be our military platform. I might give him a roof. I'm feeling generous. Hand over the memes and no one gets dwarfed. Wait. Because there's a bag of memes emote. Put the memes in the bag and back up slowly. Stares longingly at the bag. Yeah, right? Alright, so the severed hippos are getting to training. I saw a human tell the story of the ascension of the human Sath spun dabbles to the position of lawgiver of the angelic empire in the year 237 at the wise pick. And it is interesting. Interesting. Ah, crap. I left barrels on those. How long have I been streaming? 7 hours and 40 minutes, eh? You know, I heard that Risk of Rain 2 boss got patched. I'm enjoying this start of a fort. I think that this is a really nice look to a new fort. I mean, like, look at that overview. That's lovely looking. And I'm looking forward to working on this on Saturday for the next community day. But I think this is a pretty good spot to leave this fort. You know, we got the beginnings of a grand military underneath a giant tower, at the base of a giant tower, filled with temples and other extravagance. We've got 2 newly training ex-dwarves who are very interested when learning about striking. And euphoric due to inebriation and excited. Exhilarated after a sparring session, rather. Small tavern and a bunkhouse for beds. Working on those bedrooms down there. Next to a grand waterfall. The chicks are all cocks now, and it sucks because I'm dumb and didn't bring hens. But, you know, we all have our moments. Got this glorious winding river that I'm going to turn into a underground water cannon, and it'll be a lot of fun. And I think that's it for a community fort. What do you guys think? Run or two of Risk of Rain? Try fighting that new boss? Or the patched boss, rather? What do we think? Who's down? I think that's it for Community Day and me and Dwarfs today. Risk of Rain. Risk of Rain. If you guys want to watch more Dwarfs, Scoundrel is live and he's fantastic. Userun is live, also fantastic. So if you're just here for Dwarves, I'm sure one of those two would be glad to take you. I'm going to do